guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Russian forces have been battling Ukrainian troops for a third straight day after Ukraine launched a surprise cross-border offensive, which Russia's President Vladimir Putin called a major provocation. Megumi Lims following developments from Kyiv.
The assault began on Tuesday in what has become one of the largest Ukrainian incursions onto Russian soil since the start of the full-scale invasion. Ukrainian troops reportedly managed to advance up to about 10 miles into Russia's southern Kursk region and capture several settlements. On Wednesday evening, Russia's army chief Valery Gerasimov said Moscow's forces had managed to halt the advance of up to 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers. Russia's health ministry said so far 31 civilians, including 6 children, have been wounded. The incursion took place against the backdrop of steady advances by Russian forces in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region, and experts say the cross-border assault could have been aimed to divert Russian resources away from the main front lines. Ukraine has so far not commented on the incursion, and U.S. officials have said they are reaching out to their Ukrainian counterparts to get a better understanding of the situation.
A number of new flight warnings have been issued for airlines flying in the Middle East as the region remains on edge in anticipation of Iranian retaliatory strikes on Israel following the assassinations of senior members of the militant groups Hamas and Hezbollah. Trent Murray brings us the latest from the Lebanese capital, Beirut.
British authorities have told airlines from the UK to completely avoid Lebanese airspace until at least November, citing safety concerns over cross-border fire between Israel and the Lebanon-based Hezbollah group. Separate warnings have also been issued for Iranian airspace, with Tehran signalling it's preparing to attack Israel, who it believes was behind an explosion last week in Tehran, which killed the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh. Lufthansa, Singapore Airlines and Qantas are among a growing list of airlines saying they will avoid Iranian airspace, citing safety concerns.
A terror plot's been foiled in Vienna following the arrest of a teenager who police say was planning to kill a large crowd of people in a suicide attack at a Taylor Swift concert. The suspect confessed he intended to carry out an attack using explosives and knives. The pop star's 3 sold-out Austrian shows have been cancelled. Our Europe correspondent is William Dentalo.
Organisers of the concert series say they were left with no choice but to cancel the shows in the interest of everyone's safety. Officials say one of the suspects is a 19-year-old Austrian citizen who'd pledged allegiance to the Islamic State group and had a particular focus on Taylor Swift's events. Roughly 65,000 people were expected on each of the 3 nights Swift was scheduled to perform in Vienna. Concert goers will be reimbursed, and Swift's Eras tour is expected to continue in London next week.
Muhammad Yunus has landed in Bangladesh to lead an interim government after mass protests forced Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to resign and flee the country to neighbouring India, where Neha Punia reports.
The banker to the poor, Muhammad Yunus, will lead Bangladesh's interim government. His appointment was a key demand put forth by student protesters who say they don't want any role for the military in the next government. While protests in Bangladesh have stopped after Hasina's ouster, we're still seeing large political gatherings. The power vacuum has also led to lawlessness, leaving the country on edge.
Catalan separatist leader Carles Puigdemont's returned to Spain, having been in self-imposed exile in Belgium. The 61-year-old is still under an arrest warrant for organising an independence referendum in 2017. Giles Gibson has the details.
After 7 years in exile, Carles Puigdemont appeared in central Barcelona, surrounded by a human shield of political allies. He then gave a speech to a crowd of supporters a short walk from the regional parliament of Catalonia. Police surrounded the parliament building itself, where a new administration led by the Socialist Party was due to be sworn in. Puigdemont has condemned a Catalan separatist party for lending its support to that new regional government. His return has widely been seen as an attempt to revive support for Catalonia's independence movement.
And
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
a man responsible for one of the most viral clips in history has died, aged 82. Jack Carlson, an alias, shot to fame for his 1991 arrest outside a Chinese restaurant. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
What do you say? Time to get this party started. Showtime, showtime. All right, we're already looking toward the weekend. We will close out a Thursday, which means we'll turn the page on the calendar. Friday, 9th day of August for 2024. Coming on. So here we go. I'm Steve Summers. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Mostly cloudy night outside the secret bunker. We're hanging in at 72 degrees, but it's very comfortable. Very low humidity with the passing of a cool front a couple nights ago. And that is the case for a good portion of the country, where we've been talking heat waves and excessive heat warnings for weeks on end. A good chunk of the central and northern tier are actually enjoying much cooler temperatures. I mean, we're talking, in many cases, 20 degrees below where we would typically be this time of year. Matter of fact, I'm even looky there. Talk about cooler temperatures. From the Weather Service in Bismarck, North Dakota. Frost advisories. Yeah. None of that 90-degree stuff. Frost advisories in effect from 2 o'clock Central Time till about 9 this Friday morning. Temperatures in the mid-30s will result in frost formation for portions of western and south-central North Dakota. Yeah, frost could harm or kill sensitive outdoor vegetation. So that's the whole story. It is much, much cooler. All right. I think Stephanie had chimed in from Kansas, where she said it's a 60 very welcome degrees, as she put it. North central Kansas, a wonderful break from the heat. All right, hope everybody has a good weekend. Yes, we are still, nonetheless, talking about Debbie. My. It's been an entire, nearly 2 weeks. We go back to where we were tracking Debbie, wondering if she would have an impact on the eastern portions of the country or make her way into the Gulf of Mexico. We ended up with a little bit of everything. Debbie continues to drop torrential rain. Matter of fact, areas in eastern South Carolina, you got to feel for those folks. While the rains had broken up for a bit, we thought the worst would be behind them. There are feeder bands extending all the way down into southeastern and east central South Carolina. Myrtle Beach on tap for more torrential rains here in the next few hours. Most of the heavy rain is north and west of Charleston, so they're getting a little bit of a break. But I'm zooming in here from, looks like from Allendale. You've got some heavy rain just to your east. Walterboro, heavy rains extending from there all the way up into Kingstree, South Carolina, Georgetown, and Myrtle Beach. Like I said, those are feeder bands that then swing up through eastern portions of North Carolina with some torrential rains in the mix there. The center of circulation looks to be somewhere over, I guess that's like northern Virginia tonight. As you've got the wrapping around rains moving from north to south along portions of I-77 there over western portions of Virginia. The heavier rains on the eastern side. Stretching up from South Boston, up toward Farmville. Then you are just socked in solid rain through eastern portions of West Virginia, northern Virginia, western portions of Maryland, on up into Pennsylvania. From Altoona to State College, rain. It's not the heaviest in State College yet, but some of that heavier rain will be rolling in. On the eastern side, rain's feeding in off the Atlantic. From just south of Scranton down to Hazeltown, we're looking at the flood warnings that continue to come in one after another, now impacting the northeastern portions of the country. So north central Maryland, western Maryland, northwestern Virginia, several of the counties there in the panhandle of West Virginia. I believe that's over in Gilligan's neck of the woods. Just before the midnight Eastern time, this is just some of the rainfall numbers. Radar indicating storms producing heavy rain, 2 to 4.5 inches has fallen. In the coming hours, another 1 to 3 inches. It's kind of the trend we've been talking about all week long. Well, while torrential rain will lead to small stream and river flooding in the Appalachians of the Northeast, Debbie's eastern flank will be bringing some dangers with flash urban flooding to severe thunderstorms, a few tornadoes, and some storm surge in that zone from I-95 to the coastal communities right on here into and through our Friday. This tropical system that tracks well inland now undergoes a transition where the steadiest rains tend to fall near and just north and west of the storm track. Places like Philadelphia, New York City, Trenton, New Jersey. You may have actually received more rain earlier this week, back on Tuesday night, not really associated with Debbie, than you will from Debbie from now into Friday night. So with Debbie taking a path generally up the spine of the central Appalachians, then toward the St. Lawrence Valley later on, that steady rain corridor will avoid much of the I-95 zone. However, although Debbie will likely become a tropical rainstorm before reaching the interior Northeast, it continues to cause major problems. AccuWeather refers to former tropical systems that continue to cause risk as a tropical rainstorm, trying to keep the public awareness up. Now, despite not being in the steady rain zone there along I-95, bands of showers and thunderstorms further to the east, originating from the Atlantic Ocean, will continue to feed Debbie, interacting with coastal areas. Some of those bands will be troublesome for the 95 metro areas, including Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City, on up into Boston, Hartford, Connecticut, Providence, Rhode Island, and eventually all the way up into Portland, Maine, Atlantic City, New Jersey, and Richmond and Norfolk, Virginia. You could see downpours. Some may just last for minutes. Others may last for hours inside some of those bands. The nearby northern and western suburbs of the major cities will see some similar problems. Where the downpours persist, obviously, the risk for flooding in urban areas and along small streams will increase substantially. As the case has been much of the week, motorists should be prepared to seek an alternate route. Underpasses and other streets and highways that drain poorly will fill quickly with water. All right, along with the torrential downpours, some of the severe thunderstorm risks, packing strong winds, because Debbie has shown a history of triggering tornadoes on that eastern flank. Forecasters believe that trend will continue throughout its duration in the USA. In many cases, these tornadoes will be fast-moving, perhaps 40 miles per hour. Not a lot of time for people to react. Another concern, some of those tornadoes, as we witnessed last night in North Carolina, will be occurring during the overnight hours and during heavy rain when they're hard to spot. Monitor your severe weather bulletins. Take immediate action if you get the tornado warning. I did mention about this time 24 hours ago as we were following some of the confirmed large, dangerous tornadoes on the ground in North Carolina. Last report I saw, there was one fatality in association with tornadic activity there. Several confirmed tornadoes when the sun came up. The damage was being seen. Now, outside of tornadic activity, wind gusts in some of these bands, showers and thunderstorms will be strong enough to bring down trees, minor property damage, and sporadic power outages. Still talking wind gusts of tropical storm force that can occur from the I-81 to the Atlantic coast. And, of course, the more wetter the soil is, that has the effect of making trees top-heavy. So even moderate gusts can bring down additional trees. Still talking about some storm surge along some of the areas along the East Coast, the Chesapeake Bay. Water continues to pile up with nowhere to escape, meaning water rises of over 3 feet above the routine tides around Baltimore and Annapolis, Maryland. Could see coastal flooding during times of high tide along the Delaware Bay, the tidal portion of the Delaware River into the Philadelphia area. New York City Harbor, the East River, and the tidal portion of the Hudson River may also have some of the same problems. When can we say farewell to Debbie? Looking at some of the models, it looks like by Saturday evening, we should finally be seeing the backside, the end of Debbie exiting the northeast corridor. So conditions will improve as the weekend progresses. Debbie speeds away across the Atlantic Canada. Then a sweep of dry, cool air is forecast to filter in from the Midwest. Some of the water that was pushed into the back bays may flood the western side of the bays for a period of time. River flooding set in motion by torrential rain will continue. There are numerous rivers that probably will not crest until sometime next week. So you have the small streams and the feeders, and then days later, the larger tributaries taking all that moisture, trying to head it back off the coast. There's a breakdown around the country. Meanwhile, we do have some action elsewhere as we take a look out west. The monsoon season that we've been talking about is back into play tonight, and we've actually got a few stronger storms out there. Severe thunderstorm warnings in parts of New Mexico tonight. See if I can pull those up from the Weather Service in Albuquerque here. Yeah, central New Mexico. We've got 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, $half size hail. That particular warning for Lincoln County in central New Mexico. So again, we've got spotty showers throughout what they call the Four Corners region. Northern New Mexico, back into northern Arizona. A few clusters of showers and thunderstorms kind of right between Pueblo and Denver there in Colorado. Southern portions of Utah, some showers in the mix as well. Looks like the heartland of the country, the central states, you're pretty much high and dry. Good night for trailer trucking. All right, we'll take that. Around the country, it is 844-844-3388. Looks like everything's back up and running. Yeah, Facebook. Thank goodness, everything's okay. Had a little glitch. I got a hold of Josh this past morning. Yep, all he had to do was a couple clicks of the mouse and everything back in order. Good to have you with us, rolling into a Friday.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, let's say hello to Philly Dan. Now that we've got the Facebook feedback. TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. You do the same there, Dan. I don't think I've got it in the industry headlines. I saw you had another tractor trailer heist there in the Philly area. Now, this time it was tuna fish. Truckload of tuna fish stolen while the driver sleeps. It's the all too common practice there. That's been in the headlines. Authorities believe this is actually an organized crime group. You know, they do say if you're a truck driver and they show up with numerous vehicles, get in your trailer, and they say don't confront them. Let them take it because they're liable to shoot you. So scary stuff there in Philly. Hello, Jacob. Hi there. Steve Summers, Overnight Drive, 77 degrees, Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. Marianne is in the house. Morning, Steve. The Overnight family. Hope everybody enjoys their weekend. Hello, Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. I hope you have a good weekend. We're clear, 76 at the Memphis International Airport. It's going to be kind of unusual tonight as they called me in for a midnight run to Murray and Paducah, Kentucky. Hopefully, it'll be time for a 34-hour restart. I did talk to my buddy this past day. He said he'll call in tonight. He's been actually driving days, solar-powered, the last few days. All right, we'll look forward to hearing from you a bit later on there. Hello, there's Stacy. I mentioned there in north central Kansas, enjoying the cooler temperatures. Rubber Duck, greetings from beautiful downtown Plymouth, Indiana, with a view of US 30. Apparently, medium rare at Applebee's is not the same as mine. Anyway, do you have any idea how many gosh darn red lights there are on 30 from Illinois to here? Stop and go, all right? Hello, Kentucky Ken. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew and Steve Summers. Happy Friday. Hope everybody's doing well, being safe out there. Prayers from Kentucky Ken. There's Cap and Ron. One day closer to the greatest day of the week. I'll be flying out this evening, headed to Detroit for a family get-together. My sister-in-law has been given 4 to 6 months lung cancer. She said she's not going to do any more treatments. I doubt she'll be here that long. Wow, that's sad. I'd appreciate prayers for the family. So you'll have to do the greatest day of the week without me. Coming up next Monday. All right, safe travels there. And, prayers for you, the family, sister-in-law. Wow. Hello, Dave. A new day. Greetings to our big-hearted gladiators of the highway. 80 degrees, clear skies, dry roads, deep in the heart of Texas tonight. Safe travels and God bless. Country Bumpkin checks in. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Hello, Dingbat. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. I hope you have a good weekend. We're clear, 76 at the Memphis airport. I'm headed back home after dropping this crazy trucker off. I forgot his name, but he makes me dingbat crazy. I did send you our Heroes of the Week. I think we have a couple of good ones this week. I'm yet to hear anything from FedEx, but I'll keep you posted when I do. Oh, and before I forget, anybody seen Wilson? Bob's getting kind of lonely sitting on the dock of the river. All right, be safe, everyone. Love y'all. From Dingbat. Hello, good afternoon. Hammer down, that's Larry. Be safe. We're a little wet again tonight in the Northeast as we kick off round number 4 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware, where we'll load for Saturday morning in New Haven, Connecticut. Some of those names are areas where you could find yourself in some of those torrential downpours out there. Larry, be careful. Thanks to Debbie. Hello to Norman, checking in from north central Kansas. Got the Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. Rain last night, 69 degrees here with clear skies. Coffee is on the boil. All right, let me see, responding to Captain Ron. Prayers for the family. Ron, I've been fighting cancer for 1.5 years. I don't know what we're doing, working. I want to know that the Lord above, sending prayers for you and the family once again. God bless. All right, thank you, Mitch. Hello to Shorty, I-75, northbound in Corbin, Kentucky. 75 degrees as we are Columbus bound. Once again, I'll be glad when Debbie is gone so we can get back on Interstate 95 for our Orlando turnaround next week. You've been having to divert with all those heavy rains. And again, eastern South Carolina, more heavy rains tonight, impacting that 95 corridor. Eskimo Mom, hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Friday, whatever day it is. Got a usual run for me tonight, other than having to deal with a construction zone or two and a little bit of traffic. It's fairly quiet so far. Glad to see you back on Facebook after the hiatus last night. Yes, the app and the Rumble, everything was up except for the Facebook last evening. Cloudy skies, northerly breeze, 77 degrees on Interstate 71 in the Bluegrass. Be safe, have a good weekend when you get to it. Our number, 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Benji Haya. Russian forces have been battling Ukrainian troops for a third straight day after Ukraine launched a surprise cross-border offensive, which Russia's President Vladimir Putin called a major provocation. Megumi Lims following developments from Kyiv.
The assault began on Tuesday in what has become one of the largest Ukrainian incursions onto Russian soil since the start of the full-scale invasion. Ukrainian troops reportedly managed to advance up to about 10 miles into Russia's southern Kursk region and capture several settlements. On Wednesday evening, Russia's army chief Valery Gerasimov said Moscow's forces had managed to halt the advance of up to 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers. Russia's health ministry said so far 31 civilians, including 6 children, have been wounded. The incursion took place against the backdrop of steady advances by Russian forces in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region, and experts say the cross-border assault could have been aimed to divert Russian resources away from the main front lines. Ukraine has so far not commented on the incursion, and U.S. officials have said they are reaching out to their Ukrainian counterparts to get a better understanding of the situation.
A number of new flight warnings have been issued for airlines flying in the Middle East as the region remains on edge in anticipation of Iranian retaliatory strikes on Israel following the assassinations of senior members of the militant groups Hamas and Hezbollah. Trent Murray brings us the latest from the Lebanese capital, Beirut.
British authorities have told airlines from the UK to completely avoid Lebanese airspace until at least November, citing safety concerns over cross-border fire between Israel and the Lebanon-based Hezbollah group. Separate warnings have also been issued for Iranian airspace, with Tehran signalling it's preparing to attack Israel, who it believes was behind an explosion last week in Tehran, which killed the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh. Lufthansa, Singapore Airlines and Qantas are among a growing list of airlines saying they will avoid Iranian airspace, citing safety concerns.
A terror plot's been foiled in Vienna following the arrest of a teenager who police say was planning to kill a large crowd of people in a suicide attack at a Taylor Swift concert. The suspect confessed he intended to carry out an attack using explosives and knives. The pop star's 3 sold-out Austrian shows have been cancelled. Our Europe correspondent is William Dentalo.
Organisers of the concert series say they were left with no choice but to cancel the shows in the interest of everyone's safety. Officials say one of the suspects is a 19-year-old Austrian citizen who'd pledged allegiance to the Islamic State group and had a particular focus on Taylor Swift's events. 65,000 people were expected on each of the 3 nights Swift was scheduled to perform in Vienna.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
So much. Welcome back. Phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we roll into the weekend? Hello to Debbie. Good morning, Steve. A nice 68 right now here in Indiana. Going up to about 80 today. It's going to be a really nice weekend. Hopefully getting a nice ride in. Taking my mama to a Jason Aldean tribute concert tonight. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a fabulous Friday and a wonderful weekend. Very good. Thank you. Who else we got on board? There's Cripshot checking in. Good morning. Let's see. Not feeling the best this Friday morning. All right. Hope you feel better soon there. On down the line, Buckeye Boy. What's going on? Ackworth, Georgia, 80 degrees. Another hot one today. Got a lot done, though, around the home 20. Got a new battery for Wildcats 2009 Pontiac G8. The battery alone, $230. And due to the fact it was in the sidewall of the truck, I had to get a mechanic to do it. There's another $80. $300 for a battery. Wow. Well, at least I don't have to worry about her getting stranded somewhere with a dead battery. Most likely going to get her a new ride next year if maybe we get a change of the administration we're hoping for. Man, oh man, are they ever hammering Waltz on his stolen valor statement of carrying a weapon of war in a combat zone. He was never in one. He also wants to ban the reciprocity of gun-carrying agreements between states. Yeah, this guy is way out there, folks. I hope people begin to realize that both of them are. I'm going to try to get my weapons carry permit renewed today. Then get part of the shed interior. I got the parts of the fence painted. I had to replace several of the boards, though. I thoroughly despise painting. But it has to be done. It's one of those things we don't look forward to, right? Glad you're back on Facebook, but I don't mind listening via Rumble. It helps with your ratings on it, right? Have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody, be careful out there. Hello, Sylvester. Loving the show, brother. Just checking in from a stunning day here in Currambong, New South Wales. 70 degrees, nearly perfect weather for a winter day. Just been to a funeral today, and this event really makes me understand the priorities of living. Please remember, there's nothing more important than family and the love they bring to your lives. In the time we are struggling in this day and age, prepare to help each other out. It won't be long. All right, Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Have a wonderful weekend out there, everybody. And there's Russell just jumping on board. Morning, Steve. Hope you're doing well at the Secret Bunkers. 75, partly cloudy. Prayers for all those in need tonight. Everybody have a good weekend. Truckers, be careful. Safe out there. Keep it between the ditches. May God bless you safely to your destinations. That's the name of the game. All right, we've got some industry headlines. We'll get to you all the very latest. I guess one of these would be a DA of the Week nominee, a former fuel truck driver. First, I think it was Buckwheat that had chimed in last evening on the program. And he brought up the accident there that had occurred in Oklahoma early Wednesday morning. It was caught on camera from a nearby facility. 2 truck drivers losing their lives on Interstate 44. Now, according to the state police, when you have a crash that encompasses all lanes of I-44, the widest interstate we have, it's a big crash scene. There's a lot of investigative work to be done. But according to the Highway Patrol, a UPS semi-truck towing 3 trailers stalled in the middle lane of I-44. A second semi hitting that UPS truck from behind, then veering to the side, catching fire, engulfed in flames immediately. The driver of that second semi, along with a passenger, perished. Highway Patrol identified the UPS truck driver as 53-year-old Thomas Hawkins of Moore, Oklahoma. He was not injured in a crash that occurred about 3:30 a.m. They said the UPS truck driver reported that his air brakes locked and he couldn't move the truck. That crash ultimately blocking all lanes of I-44 eastbound for nearly 8 hours. What a mess. And as I mentioned, surveillance footage from a nearby business showed the crash and the subsequent fire. Tulsa Fire responded, but without fire hydrants nearby, they resorted to using a ladder truck to extinguish the blaze. All right, so prayers for the family members there. Things change in the blink of an eye. Well, I guess he just wanted to shorten his work day a little bit. A former fuel truck driver pleading guilty to charges related to a deliberate fuel spill that occurred in Pennsylvania. This is going back to when we were in the heart of the pandemic, back in 21. New Jersey resident George Smith pleading guilty in a Delaware County court to felony, prohibition against other pollution, and felony causing a catastrophe. Those charges stem from a gas dumping incident that occurred near an elementary school in Brookhaven, PA, killing wildlife and forcing the school into a long-term closure. Smith was accused of dumping 4,000 gallons of gas. June 11 of 21 at the Gas and Go in Brookhaven in an attempt to speed up his workday. As his workday began, he filled up with 8,500 gallons of gas to begin his daily deliveries. Now, he reportedly deviated from his route and went first to a Gas and Go location that was meant to be his last stop. Well, due to the fact another tanker truck driver had already delivered to that location earlier in the day, he was only able to put in, fill up the underground tanks with 4,500 gallons. So he's got 4,000 left. He would have had to make a partial fill-up at the next stop, then go back to the fuel depot, which would have added time to his deliveries that day. The surveillance video shows Smith at the Gas and Go placing the fuel hose on the ground next to the guardrail, offloading that remaining 4,000 gallons of gas down the embankment there. We've determined the defendant's deliberate actions caused this fuel discharge, motivated by a desire to speed up his route. The defendant poured in excess of 4,000 gallons of gasoline over an embankment bordering an elementary school, causing damage to a nearby stream, wildlife, and vegetation, resulting in the closure of the school. As a fuel driver, the defendant was entrusted with a hazardous product, a.k.a. gasoline, and he owed a duty of care to all of us. He chose self-interest over the safety of the Brookhaven community and the safety of the children at an elementary school. One of my first actions as district attorney was to establish an environmental crimes unit, and this prosecution should send a message: we will pursue and prosecute those who commit crimes against our environment. That was the words from the district attorney when those charges were announced back in 21. Yeah, no idea what kind of time he may be facing, but wow, what were you thinking? I mean, and then the fact that, yeah, you're out there next to a gas. When somebody comes by and flicks a cigarette butt out there, 4,000 gallons of gas, that could have been a horrific event. Well, hello to Jeffrey in Florida this morning. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hello, Darlene. Good morning, Steve and friends. It is 844-844-3388. So they tell us one of the top astronomy events of the year, second only maybe to April's total solar eclipse, is about to put on a dazzling display in the night sky as the weekend comes to a close. The Perseid meteor shower peaking Sunday night into early Monday morning, boasting up to 100 meteors per hour. This meteor shower is perhaps the most popular, as, of course, active during the summer months in the Northern Hemisphere. According to the American Meteor Society, there are stronger meteor showers, but they appear in the colder time of year, the middle of winter, when conditions are obviously less inviting to be standing outdoors. The best time to view the Perseid meteor shower would be after 2 a.m. local time. Some people may start to see shooting stars sizzling in the sky not long after nightfall. Now, the frequency, they say, would be slow at first, particularly during the early part of the night when moonlight will overshadow some of the fainter meteors. However, as the night goes on, you should be able to spot dozens of meteors per hour, especially if you can get away from the light pollution, get out to a dark location. Moreover, the Perseid meteor shower is not limited to just one night. While that peak occurs Sunday night into Monday, sky watchers can enjoy a good number of shooting stars throughout the entire weekend and maybe into the first half of next week. All right, so if you got the clear skies, take a gander toward the heavens, right? Now, they do say a common misconception about meteor showers is that you need to focus on a specific part of the sky. For many events, including this, the Perseids, having that wide open view of the sky offers the best chance to enjoy the spectacle. Perseid meteors can be seen in all portions of the sky. You don't necessarily have to look straight up, as more meteors would be visible lower in the sky. Also, you should head to a viewing location far from the light pollution, obviously. Allow some time for your eyes to adjust to the dark. Avoid looking at sources of light like a cell phone screen. The more stars you can see, the more meteors that will be visible. There you go, coming up. So a weekend, active weekend. in the heavens above. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Couple of tidbits from Eskimo Mom this past day. A couple of stories from her region. One involving R&L Carriers. A new investment from R&L Carriers will bring 63 new jobs to Davies County. It's Owensboro, Kentucky. According to the press release, R&L will invest $25 million into a new project at Mid-America Air Park. R&L, by the way, is a global freight transportation and logistics company. Leaders say this will boost their competitive edge and contribute to the local economy. Greater Owensboro Economic Development President says getting a business like this is not only invest in the community, but adds to the repertoire of other businesses. This is huge. It's not just one individual or single organization, but the work of so many moving parts that can allow growth like this to occur. It takes a qualified and quantity of workforce. We've got the greatest people in Owensboro and Davies County. These companies recognize that when they come in and take a look at us. They see if we have the right land, the right infrastructure, the right people, and we are blessed to have so many of these, combined with the recent MISCON announcement of 44 new full-time jobs in Owensboro. Brad Davis says these large boost to opportunities for people in the local economy is why they do this gig. All right, so that's 63 families that'll be represented in a positive way, the real paycheck for us when we're out there doing this to help our community. So I believe the R&L was, 200 to 250 jobs? No, that was the other. So that's 63 families, thanks to R&L. It's the Buc-ee's was the other story. Ohio, the state of Ohio's first Buc-ee's broke ground in Huber Heights this past evening. About 100 people showed up for the announcement. The mayor said in his speech that the city was fully on board when the proposal first came across via email. At the end of the speech, he gave Buc-ee's owner and CEO, Arch Applin III, a key to the city. Applin said he had been trying to get into the state of Ohio for over a year, crediting the city leaders of Huber Heights for not only jumping on board, but being eager to get it done. Now, this is expected to be an economic boom for the city. Now, Buc-ee's CEO said this location is expected to employ anywhere from 200 to 250 people. Barring any setbacks, the store is scheduled to be officially opened about Christmas time, not this year, Christmas time of next year. Of course, many truckers out there, I realize, aren't really gung-ho on Buc-ee's because they're not trucker-friendly, right? All right, let's see. State College, PA, Pennsylvania getting in on some of the flooding here. What do we have? Radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain. A couple of inches has already fallen. The expected rainfall rate will be 1.5 to 3 inches in 1 hour. So I guess the question, how many hours will the rain be falling, right? So as Debbie continues wreaking havoc with flooding rains up the eastern seaboard as we head into the weekend. Friday morning, 844-844-3388. Hello, Gilligan. Hello, Steve and fellow listeners. It's a rainy night on I-81. Yeah, fortunately, I've been in the lighter rain at this point, a little lighter than I expected, but it gets a little heavy from time to time. My daughter told me our home 20 area is getting hit really hard, including a possible tornado in Charlestown, West Virginia. So it's a soggy 65 degrees in Whiteville, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, Whiteville, Virginia. I think, okay, that's Wakefield. Okay, I've had some of the flood advice. Yeah, throughout Virginia, West Virginia, parts of Maryland, Pennsylvania now coming into play. About 6 before the hour. Kick things off. Eagle chimes in out of the box this Friday morning. What's happening, Eagle? Hello, Eagle. Hey. Got a little music in the background. He's not snoring, so he probably didn't expect I'd get to him first out of the box, did he? So we've got clear lines. What's on your mind? Very interesting out of the state of Virginia. Speaking of, Governor Glenn Youngkin this past day issuing an executive order to require all votes coming up in this November election to be cast on a paper ballot. I like that idea. Executive Order 35 codifies the election security procedures put in place during his administration. This outlines several election integrity requirements, including a documented chain of custody, wherein the ballots will be tracked through every step of the process, and that no voting machines will be used, just paper ballot counting machines that are not connected to the internet. EO 35 also instructs the state's Department of Elections to remove non-citizens who may have purposefully or accidentally registered to vote. Between January of 22 and July of this year, the administration records revealed over 6,300 non-citizens were removed from the voter rolls there. Election officials also found and removed 79,800 plus deceased individuals from the voter rolls, as well as registered voters who had moved out of the state. The Virginia model for election security works. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. It is an America and Virginia issue. Every legal vote deserves to be counted without being watered down by illegal votes or inaccurate machines, he says. In Virginia, we don't play games, and our model for election security is working, he says. He went on to describe the process by which paper ballots are counted and verified. We use 100% paper ballots with a strict chain of custody. We use counting machines, not voting machines, that are tested prior to every election and never connected to the internet. We do not mass mail ballots. We monitor our drop boxes 24/7. We verify the legal presence and identity of voters using DMV data and other trusted sources to update our voter rolls on a daily basis. That's the model I'd like to see for the entire country. What do you say? Back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged Bangladesh's new de facto leader Muhammad Yunus to protect minority Hindus in the country. This comes as hundreds of Bangladeshi Hindus tried to flee to India after their homes and businesses were vandalized, according to human rights expert, following former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's escape from Bangladesh. Sriyoshi Mukherjee has more.
Experts say Hindus in Bangladesh make up about 8% in the Muslim-majority country and that the minority community have traditionally supported Hasina's Awami League party, which identifies itself as secular. But since Hasina was overthrown after mass protests, experts say minorities in the South Asian nation are now being targeted. Expressing concern on this issue, India's Ministry of External Affairs has said that it is monitoring the ongoing situation and that it is the responsibility of every government to ensure the well-being of all its citizens.
Donald Trump has announced that he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election in November. Trump spoke at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, his first major event since Harris was announced as the Democratic candidate for U.S. presidency. Jody Jacobs reports.
In a press conference that lasted more than an hour, Donald Trump laid into U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris. With a slew of insults, Trump said, quote, "She is not smart enough to do a news conference." He also went on to attack Harris's policy stances, saying she is, quote, "a radical left person." The Republican nominee announced 3 upcoming dates for presidential debates in September, but added the minor details are being worked out, including the audience and the locations. Harris's campaign trail has been in full swing this week, with two key national polls placing her ahead of Donald Trump in the race for the U.S. presidency in November. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Reports say the Ukrainian army has advanced significantly into the Kursk region inside Russia in one of Ukraine's biggest military moves since Russia's full-scale invasion 2 years ago. Analysts say it has stunned Moscow and shows that the war is not going according to Russia's plan. Russian officials, however, say they are inflicting heavy damage on the Ukrainians. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Moscow says the advance of the Ukrainian military in Russia's Kursk region was not allowed. Russian Ministry of Defense confirmed that it continued to eliminate the Ukrainian armed forces using airstrikes, missile and artillery fire. The MOD said Thursday that the Ukrainian armed forces have lost over 660 people and 82 armored vehicles since the start of the incursion. Russian officials say Kyiv's goal was to prove it was still capable of carrying out military activities. Russian Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations accused the Western countries of justifying what he described as Kyiv's terrorist actions.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. A huge security operation is going to be mounted in the UK when Taylor Swift appears at Wembley Stadium later this month. The move follows the at least partial unravelling of an alleged plot to attack her Eras concert tour gigs in Vienna. Austrian police arrested 2 men and say one of them had recently pledged allegiance to Islamic State.
No one wants to see an event closed down because of a threat or the likelihood of terrorism.
Steve Park is a security analyst with Global Security Resources in London.
The threat hasn't gone away. It's an ongoing investigation, and obviously the police decided to step in because obviously with these private events you have private security, and you have obviously they are liaising with the police force or the military that might be able to help them with security outside of the public arena. We've seen events being attacked. We've seen threats that have been made, and perhaps they haven't closed venues down. We've looked at the recent things that have been going on in the Olympics, and obviously the police have been able to manage the saboteurs and the kind of things that have been going on, and a lot more than we actually know of. I can only say that this is an ongoing event.
Wembley Stadium has a seating capacity of 90,000, and of course Taylor Swift's 5 nights there are sold out. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
FSN is an independent source of news for TV, radio and digital networks worldwide. You can find more of our minute-by-minute updates on Twitter. Follow us there at Feature Story. And we have a wealth of audio and video stories from our global news bureaus on Facebook. You can find us there by following Feature Story News. Stay tuned for further updates right here. But for now, that is the latest Feature Story News. Ishan Garg
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back, welcome aboard, underway. As we turn the page on the calendar, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Right. All right, this hour, indeed, we've got our Now we'll at least have one of our Heroes of the Week. Thanks to Dingbat. And before we get to your calls at 844-844-3388, let me get back to Governor Youngkin and the election integrity. He appeared on Fox News. He's saying, call me crazy, but I think American elections should be decided by American citizens, and Virginia elections should be decided by Virginians. Former President Trump praising his executive order in a Truth Social post, saying the beautiful Commonwealth of Virginia, superbly led by Governor Glenn Youngkin, is taking a strong lead in securing the election in November, protecting every legal vote, and keeping illegal aliens that have been let into our country from voting. All votes will be on paper ballots, counted safely and fairly, not by machines connected to the internet, a big security risk. We must work hard to make sure the elections are fair and secure. Every state should follow Virginia's lead. We need volunteers to watch the polls, so important. He concluded the election November 5 will be the most important election in our country's history. Thank you, Glenn. Great job. So yes, I'd have to agree. Very good there in the state of Virginia. Well, it is one day closer to the greatest day of the week. And you're going to be another short night. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, now it's the way dispatch goes here. We got to still dealing with the effects of the warm summer, warm, dry, all summer, spring. So, and we do seem to be having an economy slowing down. So even the industrial side of the propane use has even been a little slower this summer. So yeah, we got another short night here tonight. So anyway. But happy Casual Friday, Your Honor.
Yes, and we will not have a chance to have any casualness from Scarecrow because he's on a long weekend, right? He's out of the mix.
Yeah, I think I forget whether his wife still had another consultation or procedure to look at to see what all her conditions are and procedures are going to be and what actions they're going to take or not take, and so they got a lot going on up there in Wisconsin too. So prayers out to them for whatever they got going on this week, and hopefully Anita's doing better than the last time we talked.
Yes, much better. I did see a message from Double R this past day. She's out of the ICU. She's in a room, and he said the next move will be back home. It's like, what a difference a couple of days can make. Wow.
Yep. Well, as they say, there's nothing better than some good drugs. Oh, wait a minute. Did that come out? I'm not sure if that. Yeah, some good legal drugs, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know. But my favorite drug of choice, you're having a heart attack or whatever, you skip the morphine and go right to the Dilaudid. Go right to the Dilaudid. It's a good drug. It's one of those ones that's highly guarded. They don't like handing it out. Anyway, I guess the other thing we're supposed to do is, hey, Becky. What day is it? Becky? Yeah. Just keep on. You're only halfway there, Becky. Keep going. So, anyways. But, so I don't know. Our AccuWeather gods here said we're supposed to have storms all the way through the night tonight and day tomorrow, and the heaviest stuff was, as you said, there is going to be out there with Gilligan out there in the mountains. But I don't know. I guess the way you're talking, the high winds and the tornadoes are riding on the east side of the storm. So
right.
So we could have any of them down here in the lowlands of Maryland, anywhere. And the one good thing is the main part of the blow part of the storm isn't coming up the Atlantic to be pushing too much extra water up the bay. So even though we have a little bit of the wind going around, it's not like the storm is out there over the coast and
Right.
really pushing hard, pushing that water up into the bay and up the rivers and that. And I don't know if you realize or not, but you got talking about New York there with the Hudson River and the tidal, surge will be affected there. Do you realize that all the way up to Albany, that tidal water affects the river level? All the way up past the city of Albany. Up
Really?
there. It goes. Yep, absolutely.
Wow.
So it's not just in the New York City area and lower downstate there, Westchester, Orange, Rockland counties. It goes another 60 miles up the river there. It actually changes the river level with high and low tide. So yeah, that when you get up there around Albany, Troy, Cohoes, and things like that, and Waterville, where they're down on the riverfront there, they, you push the river back up a couple extra feet there, and those people start to get their feet wet too. So best of luck to everybody that's going to be involved and has been involved with this storm, because Debbie's done some damage.
Yes.
Not only has she done Dallas, she's done some damage too. So anyways, I don't know. Other than that, we're just kind of cruising along here, and probably about another 45 minutes going to be turning the key off. Got two more exits to make to be heading to my parking spot.
Wow.
So
short night.
But yep. But we did start at 7:00 last night to get done at this time of day. So
Okay.
it's not like I just got out here at midnight to go out here and work an hour or anything. So I already had 5 hours in before you started your show. So anyways, but other than that, we're just kind of going to cruise along, and hopefully you and the AccuWeather gods clear things out Saturday morning, because one of the local things going on up there in the York, PA areas, we got one of the York County Fire Conventions going on, so they're going to have an all-day event on Saturday and parade at noontime on Sunday in a little place called Dallastown, which is about 4 miles south of York on 83. So I'm not sure exactly how many trucks have been registered for that, but I would assume we'll have somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 50 trucks, depending on what the weather does and everybody that was planning on coming out. So other than that, that's about all we got going for you, and we're just gonna get back, and heck, if for some reason something happens and I don't have to work on tonight, I'll have like a 3-day weekend myself by the time I get done with it.
How about that? You don't get a lot of that, do you?
No, that we don't do. So other than that, I guess we're going to kick back and listen to the show a little bit, and hope you have a good night. And I guess everybody else, hey, if there's any of those people that have been sitting out there just waiting and listening and don't know what they should do, don't hesitate. Tonight will be the night, because it is Casual Friday, and tonight, it's going to be your night to get your $60 coupon there. Hey, that was something I wanted to ask you here before I finish that statement. Now, we're on the air because of this great company, this Hot Shot Secret.
Correct.
And they advertise this everyday diesel treatment. I've been hearing the ad for the everyday diesel treatment that's supposed to cut down on this excessive black smoke that so it helps our particulate filters and all that. Now they sponsor tractor pulling and drag racing, the diesel drag racing and things. Have you ever watched one of those events, Your Honor?
Indeed, I have. Yes. I don't.
Now,
how much lesser smoke you think they're getting versus if they didn't use Hot Shot Secret?
I'm just was thinking that, listening. I've been meaning to ask for a couple of weeks now. I keep, it slips my mind there, but if they're having decreased, lesser black. How much black smoke would they really be pumping out there, spooling up them turbos and running down the tractor pulling track and doing their burnouts? I'm just asking, Your Honor. I don't. Anyways, hey, you want your code. You want a $60 code. don't hesitate to call in and say hi to Steve, especially if you're one of them people that's been listening for like 40 years, all the way back to when. What you had? Did you have brown hair when you started on the weekends? When you were producing and working on the weekends? Did you have brown hair?
Don't remind me. Yes.
Yeah, right. Well, if somebody out there remembers that, call in and tell Steve and
Right.
remind him how much he liked listening to Webb Pierce. But anyways, 844-844-3388. 844-844-3388. And it is a casual Friday.
Friday.
You can get away with that. Yeah, you can. So,
well, have a great weekend. Enjoy. Hopefully you get a 3-dayer out of it. And, and maybe you can salvage a little bit of a weekend if Debbie will get the heck out of there. I think you're going to have more rain before that, though. It's going to be a soggy Friday for sure. And maybe, I don't know, is it NASCAR? That's Richmond, Virginia this weekend, I do believe. Well, how much racing are they going to get in? A lot of rain falling in Virginia tonight, that is for sure. All right, Sasquatch, got you coming up here. Looks like Eagle is back on board, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That is our number here on a Friday. What's on tap for your weekend? I do believe the weather should be cooperating. We shall see. Davenport, Iowa. Thank you, Roy. The 15th annual Quad Cities Hot Air Balloon Festival takes off this weekend at Rhythm City Casino. The family-friendly event, including a wide variety of activities, bounce houses for the kids, live music, stands from local businesses, and, of course, plenty of colorful hot air balloons. So today, Friday, festival starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon, goes till 9 p.m. Saturday, it looks like festivities continue 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Now, for the thrill seekers out there, there will be tethered balloon rides. Yeah, you can rise to heights 40, 50 feet above the ground in a hot air balloon that's tethered, according to event organizers. Both nights at dusk, they will be doing what they call the balloon glow. During the glow, hot air balloons inflate, remaining tethered to the ground, according to event organizers. The crowd's invited to go out on the field, get a closer look at the balloons, talk to the pilots and the crews. 15th annual Quad Cities Hot Air Balloon Festival set to kick off. And I guess it's that time of year, right? Festivals, fairs, state fairs, county fairs, all those things going on as summer is flying by. All right, Sasquatch, I believe. Good morning. Happy Friday.
First of all, the caller before me, I just want him to know that I am that guy that's been listening to you and your father for over 40 years.
Yeah.
I first met your father at Petro up in North Baltimore, Ohio. Was pretty cool. I've enjoyed that all along. Now let's get to the weather. I was in Lumberton, North Carolina about 6 hours ago, and that was pretty rough coming across there, coming back to Ohio. Very rough. Pretty windy trying to come up to there with an empty trailer you had to have some skills to keep from getting all carried away.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, we was all right. The Hot Shot secret. I want to tell you about a project that I have at home. It is a 1993 Chevrolet with the old 6.5 turbo diesel that I completely rebuilt from the ground up. And Hot Shot Secret goes in that once a month. And it does wonders for that old 93.
Excellent.
Just wanted to share that. Now, let's go politics for a minute.
Okay.
I think we do definitely need a change. The lady that basically that's going to run on the Democratic ticket, her and what's-his-face. Remember in high school when the class president was also the football jock that was just all gun-ho and less shorter class time and everything else, but never accomplished anything? Was all about doing everything but what was supposed to be done. That's what they remind me of, is the high school class president that was the jock that had no brains whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And then, did you watch the governor from Pennsylvania on his speech the other night when they showed up over there in, Philly? He didn't say anything about what they were going to do. It's just what it was, seemed to me more like a
kind of a pep rally.
Oh, hype. Yeah, a pep rally. There was, pep rally type thing. Nothing substantial come out of that speech whatsoever. Nothing. And that's all she's doing is traveling around on our dime, running a pep rally. I don't understand that. I don't. And how did she get the nomination when she didn't get any votes at all? Should it not have been one of the other Democratic parties that had more votes during the primaries? To make sure I'm just asking because I'm pretty sure it should have been.
Well, it could have been if Joe hadn't, I guess, because it was Joe and Kamala on that ticket. So she,
right.
By his allocating, I guess, is all those votes that he got in the primaries. Yeah, because that's what initially, you'll remember, Barack Obama did not initially endorse, and he called on Joe to allow for what they call the open convention, to free up all those delegates to vote for whomever they want. It may or may not have been Kamala, but I guess by seeing that she was second on the ticket, she got those, and I guess she's got them all sealed up as far as the delegates are concerned. So
I just hope, for a pep rally, they would be great. And I just hope that this country realizes that we need a pep rally, But we don't need somebody leading the pep rally that has no clue as to what they're doing. And the border, okay?
Mm-hmm.
My sister was on the border with, I think she was Army. She was part of the brigade that took care of the horses and whatever, and I don't know what all she did because she wasn't allowed to say. But she said it's a mess down there.
Mm.
It's a mess. So our beloved vice president,
she's got it under control.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
sir. There you go. I didn't want to. I don't like speaking ill of people, but there's a time and place for her, and being in that White House is not it. Not right now. She doesn't. She needs to go away. So, but okay. That's basically all I got. I just hope that all of these younger generation that are looking and thinking that it's fantastic to have a woman president is looking at the qualifications and not because she's a woman.
Right.
Is she qualified? Is he qualified? If we don't watch it, we'll not be able to carry our own sidearms from state to state.
Things that could happen. Sasquatch, hey, after all these years, great to hear from you. I've got your number. I know he's familiar with Hot Shot Secret. He gets a first-time caller code, $60, to replenish the stock.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Ishan Garg. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has urged Bangladesh's new de facto leader Muhammad Yunus to protect minority Hindus in the country. This comes as hundreds of Bangladeshi Hindus tried to flee to India after their homes and businesses were vandalized, according to human rights expert, following former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's escape from Bangladesh. Sriyoshi Mukherjee has more.
Experts say Hindus in Bangladesh make up about 8% in the Muslim-majority country and that the minority community have traditionally supported Hasina's Awami League party, which identifies itself as secular. But since Hasina was overthrown after mass protests, experts say minorities in the South Asian nation are now being targeted. Expressing concern on this issue, India's Ministry of External Affairs has said that it is monitoring the ongoing situation and that it is the responsibility of every government to ensure the well-being of all its citizens.
Donald Trump has announced that he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election in November. Trump spoke at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, his first major event since Harris was announced as the Democratic candidate for U.S. presidency. Jody Jacobs reports.
In a press conference that lasted more than an hour, Donald Trump laid into U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris. With a slew of insults, Trump said, quote, "She is not smart enough to do a news conference." He also went on to attack Harris's policy stances, saying she is, quote, "a radical left person." The Republican nominee announced 3 upcoming dates for presidential debates in September, but added the minor details are being worked out, including the audience and the locations. Harris's campaign trail has been in full swing this week, with 2 key national polls placing her ahead of Donald Trump.
Reports say the Ukrainian army has advanced significantly into the Kursk region inside Russia in one of Ukraine's biggest military moves since Russia's full-scale invasion 2 years ago. Analysts say it has stunned Moscow and shows that the war is not going according to Russia's plan. Russian officials, however, say they are inflicting heavy damage on the Ukrainians. Dasha Chernyshova has more from Moscow.
Moscow says the advance of the Ukrainian military in Russia's Kursk region was not allowed. Russian Ministry of Defense confirmed that it continued to eliminate the Ukrainian armed forces using airstrikes, missile and artillery fire. The MOD said Thursday that the Ukrainian armed forces have lost over 660 people and 82 armored vehicles since the start of the incursion. Russian officials say Kyiv's goal was to prove it was still capable of carrying out military activities. Russian Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations accused the Western countries of justifying what he described as Kyiv's terrorist actions.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thanks so much. Welcome back. Rolling into a Friday. Let me say hello to Toby, who sends an email my way, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Said, hey, Steve, just wanted to say thanks for the show. I'll be heading up north in the morning for the last ever Waupun Truck Show. And I bet I said that wrong, because I remember it's been years since I remember mentioning that particular show. But I did a quick search. Let me see. Come see hundreds of beautifully detailed trucks from all over the U.S. and Canada. Is it Waupun? I can't remember the pronunciation, but the Waupun Truck Show. Great fun for the whole family. Don't miss the spectacular Lights of the Night Convoy Friday night. So yes, tonight. This is a Friday, Saturday event. But for whatever reason, it is the last ever, the 35th and final show, Friday and Saturday. This particular show will be retiring this year. All right, let's see. Saturday activities, parades, demonstrations, vendors, nightly entertainment. Everybody come join us. Each year, this particular show uses a portion of its proceeds to benefit 3 wonderful charities. Reach Relief and Make-A-Wish Foundation. Okay, a little bit of the history. Inspiration for a truck show began many years ago after some community members went to an event called Touch a Truck. Well, lots of folks see big rigs rolling down the highway. Touch a Truck enabled spectators to see the awesome vehicles up close and even look inside. Now, in its 35th year, the event in Waupun has grown. This year's event will be held August 9th and 10th. In recent years, the show has averaged hundreds of trucks from all over the U.S. and Canada. Our event brings the beautiful detailed trucks to the show for everyone to enjoy and admire. Truckers come to show off their rigs, enjoy the friendship of fellow drivers, and enjoy the appreciation of thousands of spectators who stroll the grounds on Spring Street anytime on Friday and Saturday. Shuttle service taking spectators from the designated parking areas to the festival grounds. Parking is not available on the grounds because every spot is needed for the beautiful trucks. Everybody loves a parade. We've got two of them. Two parades held on Main Street, a Friday night parade at about 9 p.m. That's going to be lighten up the streets there. We turn off all the street lights on Main Street so the trucks can display their amazing array of lights. The Saturday parade at 3 p.m. enables spectators to see the beautiful murals and other works of art on many of these trucks. Watch for many more trucks celebrating our 35th anniversary. All right, admission is free. Vendors may look at the beautiful trucks up close, look inside the trucks. The technology, the changes that have occurred in big trucks is absolutely amazing. We feature all sizes, from big rigs to straight trucks to proud owners of their pickups. Good food and drinks, lots of great music. You can meet many amazing truck drivers. Free entertainment both Friday and Saturday nights. Friday night bands entertain the community center and also next to the Drift Jumpers tent. Saturday night's dance is held in the community center. This is a nonprofit 501c7 organization run completely by volunteers. Beside putting on a fantastic show, organizers take pride in raising money for Reach Relief and Make-A-Wish Foundations and a 50-50 raffle to offset our show's expenses. Now, the high bidders determine the lead position in the annual Lights of the Night parade coming up tonight. An auction is held to determine the first through fifth positions, with all the proceeds going to a local organization to be determined in the near future. So I guess the auction is, 7 p.m., and again, that determines the top 5 positions in tonight's Light 'em Up parade. Saturday's auction at 12:15 in the afternoon will also determine the first through fifth positions for Saturday's parade. All proceeds from that will go to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Wisconsin. But, all right, the end of an era, 35 years. Morning, Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. And when I heard that story about Glenn Youngkin, I'm tickled pink that Glenn and some of the other states are starting to look at voter integrity and making the election as fair and free as they can get it. Mm-hmm. And it just also reminded me that Monday I've got to be at my local board of elections because I have a voting location manager class I have to go through, and it's also getting to be that time of the year too. That if you're interested in in helping out with the election, in the state of Ohio, the board of elections. There's usually in our county there's 3 people that are employed by the county. There's 3 or 4 that's the Board of Elections itself, and then everybody else on come election day we're all paid volunteers. And it's something it's when they talk about a long day, it is a long day. It's a 14-hour day easily, but doing what we do, we're already used to it. But it's for me, it can be a long, boring day sometimes, but it can be a lot of fun too. I also wanted to mention too that we got some deadlines coming up, And now's the time to either get registered to vote or get your address updated if you've moved to here in the last since the last election. And in October, and in the state of Ohio, on October 7th is the last day to register to vote if you haven't already registered. And then the 8th of October, which is a Tuesday, that's going to be the first day of early voting. And of course the election is November 5th. So y'all got some time, but it's just some things to think about.
Very good information. It's getting down to what they call crunch time, right?
Yes, it is, and right now they're going to. And right now, a lot of counties, they would rather have a lot more poll workers and rovers and couriers and the whole 9 yards, rather than not have enough. And the Board of and the state and the counties, they don't care if you're Democrat, you're Republican, you're Independent, or whatever party you support, as long as you're a registered voter. Hey, if you want something to do on election day and you want to help make a difference, hey, go for it.
Very good.
Go contact your Board of Elections.
Eskimo Mom's been doing this for years. How many years you been doing that on election day?
Oh, golly, Ned. At least 5, 6, 7 years or better.
Okay.
And I started off as a standby for in case something would happen where one of the precincts wouldn't have enough enough people to run the poll. They take the standby workers and use them as backups in case, like, for example, somebody wakes up that morning and they wake up sick to their stomach and everything, or something happens to a family member, or a plumbing emergency or something like that, where they can't work that day. So and then there's also there's other positions out there where it's like most of the time it's you just make sure that everything goes smooth according to law, and there's all sorts of different jobs we all have that day, and it just, as long as we can make everything run smooth and make sure that people like Steve Summers, he can walk into his precinct voting place, and he can walk in, show his ID, and they scan the ID, give him the authority to vote slip, and he goes to turns that into wherever he needs to turn it into, and he goes to wherever they need to fill out the ballot, feed the ballot in, and within a few minutes you were done for the day.
On your way.
We try to make it as smooth as we can.
All right. Well, thanks for the info, Eskimo Mom. Safe travels on your hump day. All right. It's only midweek for her. All right. Let's see. So we will have debate action. Someone brought it up earlier. I think it was Cue Ball that mentioned the fact that Trump's wasn't going to. He was going to agree to a debate, but no debates till after the convention, for fear that same thing might happen to Kamala that happened to Joe. At this point, ABC News says Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have agreed to a September 10 debate, setting up a face-off between the Republican and Democrat nominees. That announcement this past day, shortly after Trump told a news conference that he had proposed 3 presidential debates with 3 television networks. He had agreed on certain dates in the month of September. Trump rejoining the ABC debate days after posting on his social media network that he would not appear on that network, citing a lawsuit he's filed. Now, that sets up a highly anticipated moment in an election where the first debate led to a massive change in the race, obviously. Trump said this past day, I think it's very important to have debates. I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. The Harris campaign had no immediate comment. But Trump had teased an announcement about the presidential debate earlier this week after pulling out of an ABC debate scheduled for September 10 after Joe ended his reelection campaign. Trump at the time said he would prefer Fox News sponsor the debate, but on Wednesday, willingness to reconsider ABC. He also echoed criticism from his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, that Harris has not held a news conference or sat down for interviews since Joe withdrew last month. And are we 18, 19 days in? And she hasn't had an unscripted press conference of any sort. I caught the video. It was somewhat comical. Harris has a traveling press pool with her on Air Force Two for all of her trips right now. Trump does not have a set traveling press pool that regularly accompanies him on his plane when he goes out on the campaign. But it was comical because J.D. Vance, for whatever reason, J.D. and Kamala had flown into that. They were at the same airport, the same location. And J.D. actually, he and his Secret Service protection detail went over to Kamala's press pool that were standing out there by Air Force Two. Of course, Kamala didn't come over to speak with him, but J.D. went over and said, I just wanted to get a look at the plane because hopefully that'll be my plane in fairly short order. And then he asked the press pool, has Kamala given you any explanation why she hasn't spoke to anybody, why she's not answering any questions? Has she said anything? And no response, nobody. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, as we roll into a Friday, hello to Roki this morning. who says only you can prevent forest fires. Anybody old enough to remember that? I am. Smokey the Bear. Happy birthday, Smokey the Bear. August 9th, 1944, U.S. Forest Service. How about that? Yeah, only you can prevent forest fires. Hello from the Michigan Madman this Friday. Everyone have a great weekend. Let's see. Young Colton on board as the waning days of summer vacation. Back to school just around the corner, right? All right. Russell said he's got a run here. Continued prayers for Stephen. Once again, everybody have a good weekend. Stay safe until Monday morning. Thank you very much there, Russell. Yeah, speaking of young Stephen, yeah, he's got my sleep schedule all screwed up after the surgery yesterday, the day before yesterday now, Wednesday. Everything went well. He had, I think it was 2 o'clock this past afternoon, back in for his first introduction to the physical therapist and got to see the doctor. They unwrapped everything. Everything looked good. He said they were very pleased with the amount of motion, I guess, the amount of bending he could do with his leg already, like 24 hours after the surgery. And he was able to hold his leg up, which means the tendons are working as expected. So long road of rehab, though. So I had to go over. I slept a few hours in the morning, went over there for the afternoon, got a few hours sleep before coming in this evening, and I guess that's back to that schedule again later today. I get a few hours sleep in the morning, head over to his place. All the things that he would normally be taking care of. He's got a decent-sized yard to cut. I'm going to have to learn how to run that riding mower. So, taking care of the pool chemicals, all those things that he can't do right now. And I'm guaranteeing he'll, about 2-3 weeks into this, he will be going absolutely stir-crazy. He is stuck at home. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Let's see if Eagle's on board once again. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, pick up the phone. Hello? I think you're a little distant there, Eagle.
Yeah, can you hear me
there
okay?
There you go.
Now?
That's better. Much better.
Yeah, I'm outside right now in the parking lot. Truck stop. I was walking back to my truck when you put me on. Yeah, let me hear me a little bit better. Yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about tonight, Steve. I'm gonna say this, Steve, because I've been talking to you a long time about Donald Trump. You know, all the way back to 2016, what happened in 2020. I'm gonna say this, Steve. I listened to Donald Trump's press conference today. But before I get to that, I want to comment on what I've seen yesterday with Kamala. Like I say, I normally don't watch Democratic events. I normally don't get involved in that, because I care less about a Democrat. But I just happened to tune in yesterday on YouTube at her rally in Michigan, and I was surprised at the amount of people that I've seen waiting for her arrival in Detroit, Michigan, on the airplane, on the tarmac, and in the crowd. Kamala has a lot of people on her side, Steve. Why, I still don't know. Why these people want to, because she has no agenda to run on. She hasn't said anything about the damn border. She hasn't said anything about these terrorists that are in the country, all the girls that have been raped. She hasn't said a damn thing about that. All she's running on is that Donald Trump wants to get rid of abortion, abolish abortion. And that's it. That's all she talks about. So what the hell are these people looking at? Are they not going to the same gas stations and shopping stores that I go to and see these overpriced prices at the store? Well, how can they not think that Kamala is not a part of that? She's been in the White House for 4 years.
Right.
She's been right there with Joe Biden. Are these people stupid? You know, Steve, I used to tell you a couple of years ago that I didn't think American people were stupid. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight, American people are stupid. There's no reason for somebody to vote for Kamala Harris at this point. With the situation that the U.S. is in, we basically have an empty White House right now, Steve. Joe Biden is not even capable of doing his job, yet he still want to call himself damn president. He show up once a week to make an appearance once a week just to show that he's still around. So, what are these people looking at, Steve? What the hell is wrong with these people? This is the last election that we might have in America. If Trump loses, it's all over. The Republican Party, there will be no more Republican Party. The Democrats are going to make sure that there will be no more Donald Trump. The Democrats are going to make sure that these people don't realize that we're one step away from being a damn communist country. You listen to what this idiot from Minnesota says, and that's exactly what this guy is all about. And
we're going to pause there, Eagle, because we're up to the top of the hour news break. But as I mentioned the other night, as this country is split in half, and nearly half the country agree with the likes and the policies. I mean, that's why Walsh is the governor there. He got elected. Yeah, I think Kamala had 15,000. That was the estimated number, 15,000 at the Michigan rally this past day.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump has announced he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election in November. The former US president spoke at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, his first major event since Harris was announced as the Democratic candidate for the US presidency. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
In a press conference that lasted more than an hour, Donald Trump laid into U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris. With a slew of insults, Trump said, quote, "She is not smart enough to do a news conference." Trump told journalists that he is confident that he will win with a landslide. He also went on to attack Harris's policy stances, saying she's, quote, "a radical left person." The Republican nominee announced 3 upcoming dates for presidential debates in September, but added the minor details are being worked out, including the audience and the locations. Harris's campaign trail has been in full swing this week, with 2 key national polls placing her ahead of Donald Trump in the race for the U.S. presidency in November. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Moscow must feel the consequences of invading Ukraine. He didn't directly reference this week's Ukraine cross-border attack into Russia's Kursk region. Russia says the Ukrainian incursion is a major provocation. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says swift justice handed out to rioters is acting as a strong deterrent. Thursday night was calm in English towns and cities, but the Prime Minister's urged police to remain on high alert for disorder this weekend. Acting Deputy National Chair of the Police Federation of England and Wales, Brian Booth, says officers have been working hard.
Members have really stepped up to the plate. They've shown amazing bravery. They've had their annual leave cancelled. We have got resourcing available because our colleagues, when they finish that long shift, they might be starting very early in the morning. They jump in a van. Officers from the Midlands, we deploy to violence in the Midlands, then up to Newcastle and back, and doing between 18 and 20-hour shifts. They go home for a very short period, they come back, stick on the uniform, and they go and do it again.
The US has announced $424 million in aid and humanitarian assistance for the Democratic Republic of Congo. The East African country is facing disaster as a result of armed violence in the east. Leon Solomon reports.
$440 million of the package will be allocated to humanitarian assistance. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, there are at least 7.3 million displaced persons in the DRC, all affected by armed violence that has plagued the country for 3 decades. The DRC and other afflicted countries in the region are currently experiencing an outbreak of the Mpox virus. $10 million of the help will go towards providing health assistance.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. A huge security operation is going to be mounted in the UK when Taylor Swift appears at Wembley Stadium later this month. The move follows the at least partial unravelling of an alleged plot to attack her Eras concert tour gigs in Vienna. Austrian police arrested 2 men and say one of them had recently pledged allegiance to Islamic State.
No one wants to see an event closed down because of a threat or the likelihood of terrorism.
Steve Park is a security analyst with Global Security Resources in London.
The threat hasn't gone away. It's an ongoing investigation, and obviously the police decided to step in because obviously with these private events you have private security, and you have obviously they are liaising with the police force or the military that might be able to help them with security outside of the public arena. We've seen events being attacked. We've seen threats that have been made, and perhaps they haven't closed venues down. We've looked at the recent things that have been going on in the Olympics, and obviously the police have been able to manage the saboteurs and the kind of things that have been going on, and a lot more than we actually know of. I can only say that this is an ongoing event.
Wembley Stadium has a seating capacity of 90,000, and of course Taylor Swift's 5 nights there are sold out. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Donald Trump has announced he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Moscow must feel the consequences of invading Ukraine. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says swift justice handed to rioters is acting as a strong deterrent, and the US has announced $424 million in aid and humanitarian assistance for the DRC amid ongoing armed violence in the east. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
A sub driver takes his first puff of smoke to the winner's circle.
Two unrelated roses see victories bloom in Modified. And Aiders E maximized his championship chances in Rockwell. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is NTPA Overnight Radio Report. After weeks and weeks of dodging raindrops, the Grand National Circuit has put together 2 uninterrupted weekends of perfect weather, the most recent of which was in Rockwell, Iowa at the North Iowa Nationals. Let's congratulate our class winners this week and next as we update you on those urgent 2024 championship standings. In light superstock, regional competitor Bryce Pickler and his Red Thunder stormed past the GN regulars on Friday night. Terry Blackburn and Considered Armed and Dangerous then won on Saturday to overtake Colton Whitworth's Yield Express by 3 for the division lead. In Superstock Open, John Strickland's Galut 2 opened the event with a Session 1 win to shave 4 points off Bob Gansmere's advantage with Rutten Deer. But the big mover was Jeff Hodem and his B-Tech-sponsored Fully Loaded, who outlasted the rest in a sun-baked Session 2 for a win and a tie for the lead. 5 tractors are now within 5.5 points, and Bowling Green will settle it all in 2 weeks. In High Torque Super Farm, Clint Brown stepped in for a vacationing Steve Yagi Friday night and promptly piloted Holy Smokes to his and its first GN win. On Saturday, Ryan Anderson and Checkin' Out then collected their 3rd win, but Dave Whelan's My Last Excuse has kept a steady hand and carries a 5-point lead over Anderson. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, Eric and Lily Stacy teamed for a 1st and 2nd with Smokin' Ya, with only Nick Gillette's top shelf stopping the couple's sweep. Class patriarch Van Hazley continued his march to a potential first GN title aboard Rock Hard Ram with a 6th and a 4th and a 6-point lead exiting. In GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Modified, RJ Simon and Bill Voris traded haymakers on Thursday and Saturday. Voris's American Thunder lugged the Ironman transfer past Simon at the 384 in Session 1, while Simon Says screamed its way by Voris to 368 in Session 4. Says' lead is 5 heading to the BG finale. In Modified, Tommy Owens may move to North Iowa. His Ramblin' Rose got its latest dramatic victory there in Session 1. Then Jeff Rose did his own fine piece of driving aboard Dad Ricky's Giddy Up for the Session 2W. Bill Leichner recovered from a rare off night on Thursday, a 7th, to post a 2nd on Friday with Dirt Slinger, and his lead remains 9. And in Unlimited, the weekend belonged to a surging Joe Ader, whose Emax has 4 wins in its last 5 hooks and an 8-point advantage with 3 runs left on the schedule. We'll recognize our remaining Rockwell class winners this time next week, along with victors in our next 2 Grand National events in Ohio and Michigan. Speaking of those upcoming polls, it's another split for the GN Circuit this Saturday, August 10th, with 5 select classes appearing at Napoleon, Ohio's Henry County Fair Grand Nationals at 5:30 p.m., and Dr. Preload Super Semis making their pilgrimage to the trucking capital of Michigan, Morley, for the Celebration on the Pond Saturday at 8 p.m., along with 3 regional divisions. Napoleon will be streamed at fullpole.live. Regional action is also scorching this first full week of August, with polls in Coldwater, Michigan on Wednesday, Sandusky, Ohio, and Jackson, Michigan on Friday, Norwalk, Wisconsin on Saturday, Zanesville, Ohio on Sunday, and Berrien Springs, Michigan on Monday. It's NTPAPULL.com for all the info you need. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
As we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone, welcome back. For those just joining us, welcome aboard. It's a Friday. Making our way to the 9th day of August. And a hero of the week. Some quick thinking by a police officer in central Kansas, saving a 14-month-old boy from the bottom of a narrow pipe in a dramatic rescue captured on camera. First responders who arrived at the emergency scene Sunday afternoon found a crying toddler stuck underground about 10 to 12 feet down the bottom of a 12-inch wide PVC pipe, according to the Mountain Ridge Police Department. The parents said they called 911 just before 2 in the afternoon after realizing their son Bentley had fallen into the hole while he was playing outside the home about 40 miles northwest of Wichita. Looking down as he was screaming, he wanted out of there. He wanted help. And you can't do anything. It's just complete helplessness, according to the boy's father. It's horrifying, it's haunting to feel so helpless knowing your child is in serious need of help. Dramatic video captured by a police body cam showed the moment rescuers pulled the crying Bentley from the pipe back to safety. One of the officers saying, nice and easy, we got an arm. And handing the boy back to his parents, frantic parents. Officer Ronnie Wagner of the Mound Ridge Police Department, who had constructed a makeshift catch pole using a smaller PVC pipe and a rope. His creative solution was instrumental in lifting the child safely out of the pipe. Hero of the Week. I guess that goes to the Mound Ridge Police. There you go. All right, I'm going to get back to Eagle here, and he astounded by all these polls showing. Yes, there are some polls showing Harris is up, other polls showing Trump is up. How much confidence can we have in polls? In this day and age, we don't know, but we do know that this country is very, very divided, split down the middle, and it's those what they call the independent voters that are going to have to be convinced by one or the other which way they want to vote come November. But the number one platform the Democrats have been using for the last several years, why was there not this incredible red wave that was expected in 2022, right? It didn't happen. Roe versus Wade, that is the number one issue. And that's what Kamala is going to be running on. Scare tactics, making it seem as though Donald Trump's going to take away your rights to abortion. He's already stated clearly he has no intention of doing so. He was all about overturning Roe versus Wade so the states could have the right, state by state, to set their own rules and regulations when it comes to abortion, and that's what's been transpiring. And according to the numbers released just this week, the number of women getting abortions in this country has actually gone up in the first 3 months of this year compared with before the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade. According to the report released Wednesday, a major reason, they say, for the increase is that some Democrat-controlled states have enacted laws to protect doctors who use telemedicine to see patients in places that have abortion bans. Now, it's simple to realize there are a number of states that would have been considered red states that have already had the abortion issue on their ballots. And pretty much overwhelmingly, state after state, the voters, the people, the populace has voted to keep abortion legal with, obviously, stipulations. It may be a heartbeat level in some states. It may be a certain number of weeks in some states. But that was the premise of states' rights. Now, this data ahead of November's election, where indeed abortion rights will be an issue on a number of additional states. This is going to be a major election for some. Abortion rights supporters hope the issue will drive voters to the polls. As a number of states, voters will have a chance to either enshrine or reject state-level abortion protections. It's a state-by-state. Fallout from the Supreme Court's June of 22 ruling has remade the way abortion works across the country. But the numbers are actually up. They wouldn't be up if you didn't still have the right. Or am I missing something? All right, let me get back and let Eagle have a chance to finish up here. But all right, thank you for hanging in there, Eagle.
Okay. Okay, well, first of all, I don't. Just one thing you know about me, Steve. You never heard me talk about abortion on your phone, on what I call you. Because I don't think men should have anything to do with abortion. That's a woman's body. That Donald Trump needs to stay the hell out of that. Because, like I said before, a woman is going to do what she want to do with her body. A man, you can tell a woman to have an abortion all you want, and she can still decide to have a baby. So I don't get involved in that. And Donald Trump shouldn't get involved in it either, because that's going to cost him the damn election. Because women are saying to themselves that that's what Kamala is running on, that Donald Trump is trying to control the woman's life and telling the woman that what she can do. And Donald Trump, he said that he needs those independent, those in-between voters, and those are those people right there, those women. If Donald Trump loses the women's vote, it can cost him the damn election, not let alone if they let these illegal aliens get in on the deal and let them vote. So Donald Trump, he needs to stay away from the abortion issue when it comes to Kamala, because she's going to win that. She's going to win that debate every time because she's a woman. Simple as that. That's why he should stay the hell out of that. Now let me get to this guy, this vice president. We got this loser from Minnesota. Now this guy here is an insult. He's a turncoat onto his own damn country. This guy here is a coward. He was a leader of men. That's the worst thing you can do in the military, Steve. I got relatives. One of my cousins was in the military, and I talked to him about this. This guy here is supposed to be a leader of the National Guard, that he was in charge of in Minnesota. And when they get an order to go into Iraq to get into hand-to-hand combat, all of a sudden he got to come back to the U.S. All of a sudden, that sounds like a coward to me. And we don't need a man like that in the U.S. As your leader of the free. He's one heartbeat away from being president of America. You can't have a man like that. Brother, he's shown he's a coward. He showed again yesterday that he was a coward when J.D. Vance met him and Kamala on the airport tarmac up in Michigan, and they both refused to get off the airplane to speak to this man face to face. But yet Kamala said a week or so ago that if they had anything to say to her, say it to her face. And that's exactly what J.D. Vance tried to do yesterday. And neither one of them got off the airplane to speak to the man. So that shows you what these people are all about. Now, let me say one last thing right quick, because I'm pretty aggravated about, what I'm seeing right now. The stupidity of the American people to vote for somebody like that. You got people in this country, they talking about all the terrorists. They just talked about the other day they found some information that there was, I think it was an Iranian or Iraqi guy was also planning, you talked about it last night, was planning a assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Do you realize how many people are in this country right now that are on the terrorist watch list that Kamala has lit in? And yet I still see all 15, 20,000 people at the airport to greet this individual. It just makes me sick. That airport parking lot should have been empty, Steve. If those people care, those people have sons and daughters just like you and me. And if they care, if these people, Venezuelan people have killed people in this country, and for innocent women and kids, and for people to still support somebody like that, and she's a known liar. She says she's not the border czar. They got it on audio tape where they said Joe Biden gave her the job, and she hasn't even been to the damn border, not one time in the 4 years that she's been in the White House. And guess what? For all those Democrats out there, she ain't going to close the damn border. If she gets reelected for another 4 years, she won't close the border either. And she still won't go to the damn border. And all, like I said, all you need to know about those people, Steve, I told you about that guy the other day, this vice president guy. He made that comment that if Trump want to build a wall 20 foot high, he'd start a factory up building ladders 30 foot high so people can still climb over the damn wall. That's all you need to know about that. So if anybody, if you want to keep your borders wide open and you want to have your sons and daughters being killed by people that shouldn't be here to begin with, then go ahead on and vote for Kamala and this loser from Minnesota, and you'll get exactly what you deserve. Because I'm very pissed off, and I think you take some call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Have a wonderful weekend, as they say. And it's 844-844-3388. The drugs that continue to pour into this country due to that open border. Customs and Border Protection announcing several large busts this week after field operatives seized a record-breaking 3,400 pounds of methamphetamine on the southern border, 266 pounds of cocaine on the northern border, all on the same day. According to the CBP news release, field operatives seized the meth, a $48 million street value, from a tractor trailer at the Pharr International Bridge facility on the Texas-Mexico border. The release states that this seizure is the largest ever in the port of entry's history. CBP officials assigned to the facility encountered a tractor trailer entering from Mexico and selected it for inspection. After using non-intrusive inspection equipment and physically inspecting the shipment, officers found 1,488 packages of methamphetamine concealed in the shipment of lettuce. Officers seized the narcotics and the vehicle. Homeland Security special agents have initiated a criminal investigation. Well, no kidding. That same day, CBP officers at the Blue Water Bridge port of entry near Port Huron, Michigan, seizing 266 pounds of cocaine from a tractor trailer leaving the U.S. for Canada. Obviously, that had probably made its way across the southern border and was about to make its way on into our northern territories. CBP, an X-ray scan of the trailer and subsequent physical inspection conducted by officers and a canine team, revealing 100 bricks of narcotics concealed behind a fake wall in the trailer. Confirmed to later be cocaine through testing. They were seized along with the truck and the trailer. The driver, a Canadian citizen, will face local prosecution in St. Clair County. That is also under investigation by Homeland Security. Now this, right on the heels of one of the largest inbound fentanyl seizures on the northern border in the past 5 years in Detroit. Nearly 6 pounds of fentanyl pills were seized by CBP officers from inbound international mail during that incident back in June. We'll return after this.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes in stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All righty, Brain Dead will be checking in here momentarily. We're a couple minutes from news break, so we'll get through that first. Wave Rider. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Looking at some of the comments here. Roki said Michigan has 83 counties. In the 2020 election, 11 counties went to Biden. 3 of the 11 included cities of Detroit, Lansing, and Grand Rapids. Detroit, a.k.a. Wayne County, went to Biden like 68.5 to 30.3%, according to the Politico. The state of Michigan. Meanwhile, in the state of Texas, we learned here a few days ago, Texas officials have confirmed the state's first case of West Nile virus this year, along with 10 cases of dengue fever amid a global surge of mosquito-borne illnesses, according to the Texas Health and Human Services. While the official said the 10 cases of dengue this year came from international travel, there's also a growing mosquito problem in the state and many other parts of the world. Mosquitoes spread more disease than just dengue and West Nile. About 20% of people exposed to West Nile develop symptoms: headache, fever, muscle and joint aches, nausea, fatigue. Less than 1% of people develop the much more serious West Nile neuroinvasive disease, which can actually lead to death. Unfortunately, many mosquitoes in Texas are capable of spreading diseases like the West Nile and dengue. Oftentimes, they are mild. Some people will develop severe illness. So it's important for Texans to know how to protect themselves against mosquitoes. Now, the rise in the mosquito population, no thanks to the overheating of our planet. Oh, is it climate change? Mosquitoes need standing water to lay their eggs, and heavy rain from Hurricane Beryl left plenty of that in the state of Texas here a few weeks ago. Mosquito season is always bad, but right now it's worse than a typical year. Well, when you get that amount of rain, that's what happens. Yeah, people devising a range of solutions to reduce the number of mosquitoes. Yeah, some are practical, some rather extreme. These include mosquito dunks, which kill the insects using non-toxic bacteria instead of chemicals. There are natural plant deterrents, genetically modified mosquitoes that have actually been bred to kill the mosquitoes that spread diseases, different types of mosquitoes. But watch out for those skeeter bites. Alrighty, so that'll take us to our news break, bottom of the hour here. Got a Friday coming on. What's on tap for the weekend? I think we may have some of our first racing action in a few weeks due to the Olympic Games. I think Braindead will give us a full report just ahead. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump has announced he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election in November. The former US president spoke at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, his first major event since Harris was announced as the Democratic candidate for the US presidency. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
In a press conference that lasted more than an hour, Donald Trump laid into U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris. With a slew of insults, Trump said, quote, "She is not smart enough to do a news conference." Trump told journalists that he is confident that he will win with a landslide. He also went on to attack Harris's policy stances, saying she's, quote, "a radical left person." The Republican nominee announced 3 upcoming dates for presidential debates in September, but added the minor details are being worked out, including the audience and the locations. Harris's campaign trail has been in full swing this week, with 2 key national polls placing her ahead of Donald Trump in the race for the U.S. presidency in November. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Moscow must feel the consequences of invading Ukraine. He didn't directly reference this week's Ukraine cross-border attack into Russia's Kursk region. Russia says the Ukrainian incursion is a major provocation. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says swift justice handed out to rioters is acting as a strong deterrent. Thursday night was calm in English towns and cities, but the Prime Minister's urged police to remain on high alert for disorder this weekend. Acting Deputy National Chair of the Police Federation of England and Wales, Brian Booth, says officers have been working hard.
Members have really stepped up to the plate. They've shown amazing bravery. They've had their annual leave cancelled. We have got resourcing available because our colleagues, when they finish that long shift, they might be starting very early in the morning. They jump in a van. Officers from the Midlands, we deploy to violence in the Midlands. then up to Newcastle and back, and doing between 18 and 20-hour shifts. They go home for a very short period, they come back, stick on the uniform, and they go and do it again.
The US has announced $424 million in aid and humanitarian assistance for the Democratic Republic of Congo. The East African country is facing disaster as a result of armed violence in the east. Leon Solomon reports.
$440 million of the package will be allocated to humanitarian assistance. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, there are at least 7.3 million displaced persons in the DRC, all affected by armed violence that has plagued the country for 3 decades. The DRC and other afflicted countries in the region are currently experiencing an outbreak of the Mpox virus. $10 million of the help will go towards providing health assistance.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Back at it on a Friday, TGIF.
Ready?
Here we go, working toward the weekend. Trust you've had a good week. I guess for folks there on the East Coast, it's not been a good week. Flooding continues on this Friday morning. Now moving up, impacting the likes of Pennsylvania, Maryland. It's our latest advisory out of D.C. More rain, southeastern North Carolina and northeastern South Carolina. Where more heavy rain had developed this past evening. So they've got additional flood warnings now in place. Thunderstorms, heavy rain. Up to 2.5 inches has fallen in just the past 3 hours on the already saturated grounds. Now looking at maybe another 1 to 2 inches. So more flash flood. Areas that had been underwater, the water was just beginning to recede. And now the level's back up once again. All right, Brain Dead on a Friday, TGIF morning.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, you were talking about those mosquitoes a minute ago, and something that me and Dingbat did a little research on, and we found out that a citronella or lavender plant does a good job of repelling those mosquitoes.
Mm-hmm.
And also, too, she found out that if you take a bar of Irish Spring soap and grate it like a cheese grater and sprinkle it around, it's really good for keeping the mosquitoes away, because we live not too far from a lake. So, we get eat up by mosquitoes. They come bang on the door, say search warrant, and, they're in the house all places. But, what's your big plans for the weekend, buddy?
At this point, it looks like we'll just be kind of helping out the son, getting things done that he can't do.
Oh, yeah. I forgot your son had knee surgery there. And I heard a little bit about how he was doing there. But that's pretty remarkable recovery, because the dingy one there had knee surgery. And that afternoon, she was literally grocery shopping.
Really?
With me.
Wow.
And 3 days later, she was driving.
No, that will not be his case. So he had an ACL repair that was, I'm not sure what she had done, but he's got this
meniscus.
Meniscus. Okay, so he's got the brace, the brace on the leg that he has to keep the leg straight, and it's going to be, I think that brace is going to be on for a number of weeks.
Yeah. Well, let's get into some NASCAR news, Steve, because you and the weather guys could probably help me out here, because we got the race in Richmond after 2 weeks from for the Olympics. So I know that what's her name, Debbie's paying a visit up there. So I don't know how the weather's going to be, because I'm hoping they get the race in Sunday or Saturday, Sunday. But now there's a few big rumors, and let me hit off with the biggest one. Now there's a rumor that Dale Earnhardt Jr. is considering starting a Cup team. But there's one problem, though, Steve, is that he's going to have to work with a private equity firm. Now, this is a very hot button. I can't say those words right. A very hot button issue right now, because no matter where you go. I mean, you got to have a charter in place, and they're not cheap. And the ongoing negotiations with the teams about the charters as well. Now, if they do go ahead and sign the 7-year TV deal and the 7-year extension on that TV deal, you're going to see a lot of these teams picking up the private equity firms and investors. And these charters are a tangible item. Now, he is still on the fence, because it is going to take a lot of cash, not just to buy one of these charters, but the startup cost is going to be around $60 million. But if a private equity firm steps up and buys a charter, it won't be so rough, because he can get the rest of the money behind to carry on forward. Now, do you know who the New York Yankees are and the Steinbrenners?
Absolutely. Who doesn't?
Now, believe it or not, the Steinbrenners and the New York Yankees are looking to get into NASCAR as well, just like Fenway did with, because Fenway is the Boston Red Sox, did get in with Roush Racing back in the day, and they're still part of the race too. Now, they did this in the past with Andretti Motorsports, but they left IndyCar. Now, the reason they have the interest is the cost of buying into a NASCAR team versus a baseball or a football team. This is what's making it so attractive to these private equity firms. Because if you want to invest in a NASCAR team, it's like $40 million. But you go try to invest in a baseball, football team, whatever, you're looking at $1 billion plus. Which one is cost effective?
Mm-hmm.
But now the charter negotiations, they have agreed on something, and I totally agree with this 1,000%. And that is, they are not allowing any of the sovereign public investments to be any part of NASCAR. Or let me break it down a different way. It's the wealth fund from the Saudis. Because if they did, you would open Pandora's box. Look at the LIV golf people who bought up the PGA, if I remember right here, some years back, like the last year or so. So the other thing that I would like to see happen is the private equity firms not own a complete charter. They own a portion of it, but not the full thing. Now, are you ready for this one, buddy?
It's a big one, I bet.
NASCAR is deciding, they're working on a deal to go international next year. Now, you remember when they raced in Mexico City, right?
Yeah, right. That didn't go over too well.
Well, they're trying it again, Steve. I don't know who's thinking with what, but obviously it ain't. They're not playing with a full cylinder here. They're looking to do this on June 8th, which would be a great thing because you're already out in Sonoma as well, so it would work. But remember the transportation and the logistics of getting the teams down there,
right?
And the teams back, and all the security.
They had to have police escorts, and who was it that had packed his gun in his suitcase and went down there? Was that Kyle Busch? I'm trying to remember who that was.
Well, Kyle was on vacation, but remember, we used to have a caller when you were on the AM dial there that actually was a NASCAR hauler driver and did go through that. I can't remember his name to save my life. But now, here's the thing, though. If the race does happen, it's going to replace the race at Richmond. As remember, St. Louis is moving to the playoffs, which is something else they've decided to do this year, and I somewhat agree with that. Now, they're shaking up the schedule next year, and they're moving the Talladega race to the round of 8, as it will be the third race of the round. Now, it does add some diversity to the schedule, which is a lot of people have been wanting over the years, because when you look at it, the round of 8 will consist of an intermediate track at Vegas, then Talladega, and then go back to a short track at Martinsville and the championship race at Phoenix. Now, the key thing is, though, the round of 12 will end at the Roval, which that will give them the diversity that they're wanting to. However, I would like to see a 3-race championship. That's what I would like to see. Now, real quick on to silly season for a minute here. Shane Van Gisbergen, his crew chief, left Colleague Racing the last day or so, which immediately blew my mind, because they already have 3 wins this season, and there's no reason for him to leave. So, we got more for silly season, Steve. I'll hang on to that for Sunday. I did talk to my buddy Nut Duster, and he should be calling. He is a little scared, so because of his accent. He'll call, but he's just kind of a little scared of his accent. Well, let's just say he's a unique character, Steve. But you have a good weekend, buddy. We'll holler at you Monday.
All right, you do the same. And for race fans, racing will return. Let's see. I pulled up the forecast for this upcoming weekend. It's like in Richmond today, rain. The rains should wind down. I'd be moving out of the area. It may be in time for racing Saturday and Sunday. We shall see. But when I kicked the program off here a little over 2 hours ago, I mentioned more heavy rain had developed. We were seeing more torrential rains in southeastern South Carolina. I thought the rains had ended there, but this is kind of like what they call the feeders, those bands that extend hundreds of miles away from the center and kind of feed up into the storm. And it is apparently it is a life-threatening situation again in southeastern South Carolina this morning. From the National Weather Service in Charleston, Doppler radar, numerous showers and thunderstorms with torrential rainfall impacting much of Berkeley and Dorchester counties, extending into parts of central and upper Charleston County. Another 2 to 5 inches of rain has fallen since Thursday evening. Now, that's on top of the 9 to 17 inches of rain that had fallen over the past several days. Widespread, dangerous flash flooding is ongoing across the city of Moncks Corner. High water rescues are in progress. A life-threatening situation is developing. Take action now. And renewed flash flooding could develop across other parts of Dorchester County as well as central and upper Charleston County. This is a flash flood emergency, as they call it, the highest level for Moncks Corner. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground now. Wow. So as I say, life-threatening flash flooding is ongoing. North Charleston, Somerville, Goose Creek. I'm listing some of the areas they say where this is ongoing. Naval Weapons Station, Charleston. Givens Ferry State Park in Dorchester. We mentioned Moncks Corner. Seek higher ground. It is Debbie. Wow, relentless in the Carolinas. Clear lines on a Friday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
No doubt prayers for the folks in South Carolina once again. You know, there's a lot of people that thought the worst was behind them. And I was in that camp as well. The center of that storm is all the way up, way hundreds of miles away. But those showers and thunderstorms continue to feed in. Through the day, this past day, Thursday, we watched Debbie tracking inland over the Carolinas, swinging across Virginia, Maryland, eventually Pennsylvania, and upstate New York from now till Friday night as she transitions to what they call a tropical rainstorm. Only the increasing speed will be somewhat of a limiting factor for rainfall. But it's still going to range from 4 to 8 inches for much of Virginia and eastern West Virginia through western and central Maryland, a large part of Pennsylvania, central and eastern upstate New York, and western portions of New England. AccuWeather said could pick up a foot of rain. So much of the interior Northeast will be at high risk to lives and property from Debbie. Obviously, they had some heavy rains earlier this week in many areas, so the ground's pretty saturated already. Rain is not going to be absorbed by the landscape very well, quickly running off into basements, catch basins, small streams, then the larger rivers. Even in the Northeast, they say it's possible that flooding could evolve quickly into a life-threatening situation? Be prepared for flooded roads that may have been washed out or filled with gravel and other debris in hilly areas. Further to the east in the I-95 corridor from D.C. to Philadelphia on up to New York and Boston, the main threats from Debbie will be flash urban flooding, and could still see some storm surge flooding in those areas. Well, good morning to Gilligan on a Friday. How we doing?
Good morning, Steve, and thank you for having me on the show. You're getting hit pretty good up there at Highview. I haven't got a report from a weather station there above on the top of the skyscraper, but my neighbor sent me a picture of his rain gauge, and that was about midnight. We already had 5.5 inches.
Wow, it's coming down then.
Yeah, well, we had just over 2 when I left the house, about 7:45, so 3 inches of that has fell probably in that.
Just a few hours, yeah.
Half-hour time. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's coming down pretty good. My daughter reported a possible tornado in the Charlestown area. Now, those listeners that don't recognize the town, that's in the very far eastern part of the eastern panhandle. People may know about the racetrack and casino they got up there. They've probably seen the signs for it from 100 to 200 miles. I've seen them way out there. I sent you 2 pictures. One was of that rain gauge, and sent you one of Kamala. Now, did you look at them yet? That's real presidential material there.
Yes, I saw those.
Yeah, you see what's around her neck, too, don't you?
Right.
Yeah, I tell you, I'm here about north of Roanoke, and I've been pretty much, not much but light drizzle ever since I left Whitfield. And most of this end of 81 in Virginia is pretty light, but like I said, the farther north you go, it seems like the harder the rain gets. Oh, by the way, I did speak to 5-7 earlier this evening, and yes, he is okay. He's pretty much away from the coastline, and unfortunately, I lost him and couldn't get him back, but I was on his home phone. I wasn't on his cell phone, so something must have happened to the phone line down there because it was on his end. But him and his wife are doing fine. Yep. Well, Steve, I got to tell you, you got to love some of these Waltz fans, Tim Waltz, whatever his name is. I had a post on Facebook earlier talking about how leave the military service out of the election. That means nothing, you know. Focus on the issues. Well, I responded and brought up, you know, how he supported the defunding the police and supported the rioters, and how that he supported paying all these illegal aliens and stuff, all this money while leaving our seniors and our veterans high and dry. Well, I just need to talk about the military service. The military, that's what the post is about. So I said, yeah, I know how he quit the National Guard after he got his orders to be deployed to Iraq. And then he questioned whether I was in the military and says, let's focus on the issues. Focus on the issues.
So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, in other words.
Yeah. Well, I was playing at that point, laughing at him. So I brought up the gender bathroom, the stuff in the in the boys' bathrooms, and how the parents could have their kids taken from them if they disagreed with having them gender reassignment surgery and all that crap. And I said, but let that kid get in trouble with the law, the parents could get arrested because they're criminally liable. Steve, he literally come back, I told you 3 times to leave me alone. I think I finally got a liberal to shut up tonight. I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah. And I put back, I responded. I put a couple of his posts back. This is what you wrote, and left him alone. So there's one of fuming out there that can't figure out what's going on. But well, most of them can't figure out what's going on anyway. But got one up on one of them at least.
Wow.
Well, Steve, that's about all I got. Charlie, I think's working on a news story. I tell you what. Oh, by the way, you haven't heard from Brent Wingnut, have you?
Not this week. Haven't heard from him all week.
You heard he was something about getting yanked out of a window out west? You heard about that by a trooper, right?
I must have missed that. No.
Yeah, he called in. I don't think he really caught the gist of what happened. He got his one phone call, and I don't know why he called me. I guess he needed a lawyer real bad. Trooper come up, yanked him out of the window, throwed him in cuffs, stuffed him, and I'm not sure of the charges, but our beloved lawyers had it out there. I went down the end of the road, my end of my road. I got that lawyer there, holds up a sign that says, we'll do law work for food. So I gave him a box of canned goods and a Greyhound bus ticket. He's headed out there. So I don't know about right. I'm hoping he can get him out. I mean, we done a good job out there in California on the heat waves speeding ticket there a few years ago. I mean, it'd have been better if my lawyer hadn't been arrested 3 times for vagrancy. But it's the only person I ever heard of getting arrested in California for vagrancy, but he managed to. Well, that's about all I got for now, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump has announced he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election in November. The former US president spoke at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, his first major event since Harris was announced as the Democratic candidate for the US presidency. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
In a press conference that lasted more than an hour, Donald Trump laid into U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris. With a slew of insults, Trump said, quote, "She is not smart enough to do a news conference." Trump told journalists that he is confident that he will win with a landslide. He He also went on to attack Harris's policy stances, saying she's, quote, a radical left person. The Republican nominee announced 3 upcoming dates for presidential debates in September, but added the minor details are being worked out, including the audience and the locations. Harris's campaign trail has been in full swing this week, with 2 key national polls placing her ahead of Donald Trump in the race for the U.S. presidency in November. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Moscow must feel the consequences of invading Ukraine. He didn't directly reference this week's Ukraine cross-border attack into Russia's Kursk region. Russia says the Ukrainian incursion is a major provocation. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says swift justice handed out to rioters is acting as a strong deterrent. Thursday night was calm in English towns and cities, but the Prime Minister's urged police to remain on high alert for disorder this weekend. Acting Deputy National Chair of the Police Federation of England and Wales, Brian Booth, says officers have been working hard.
Members have really stepped up to the plate. They've shown amazing bravery. They've had their annual leave cancelled. We have got resourcing available because our colleagues, when they finish that long shift, they might be starting very early in the morning. They jump in a van. Officers from the Midlands, we deploy to violence in the Midlands, then up to Newcastle and back, and doing between 18 and 20-hour shifts. They go home for a very short period, they come back, stick on the uniform, and they go and do it again.
The US has announced $424 million in aid and humanitarian assistance for the Democratic Republic of Congo. The East African country is facing disaster as a result of armed violence in the east. Leon Solomon reports.
$440 million of the package will be allocated to humanitarian assistance. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, there are at least 7.3 million displaced persons in the DRC, all affected by armed violence that has plagued the country for 3 decades. The DRC and other afflicted countries in the region are currently experiencing an outbreak of the Mpox virus. $10 million of the help will go towards providing health assistance.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. A huge security operation is going to be mounted in the UK when Taylor Swift appears at Wembley Stadium later this month. The move follows the at least partial unravelling of an alleged plot to attack her Eras concert tour gigs in Vienna. Austrian police arrested 2 men and say one of them had recently pledged allegiance to Islamic State.
No one wants to see an event closed down because of a threat or the likelihood of terrorism.
Steve Park is a security analyst with Global Security Resources in London.
The threat hasn't gone away. It's an ongoing investigation, and obviously the police decided to step in because obviously with these private events you have private security, and you have obviously they are liaising with the police force or the military that might be able to help them with security outside of the public arena. We've seen events being attacked. We've seen threats that have been made, and perhaps they haven't closed venues down. We've looked at the recent things that have been going on in the Olympics, and obviously the police have been able to manage the saboteurs and the kind of things that have been going on, a lot more than we actually know of. I can only say that this is an ongoing event.
Wembley Stadium has a seating capacity of 90,000, and of course Taylor Swift's 5 nights there are sold out. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Donald Trump has announced he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Moscow must feel the consequences of invading Ukraine. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says swift justice handed to rioters is acting as a strong deterrent, and the US has announced $424 million in aid and humanitarian assistance for the DRC amid ongoing armed violence in the east. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And you know what that means. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome in. Friday. We turn the page on the calendar. 9th day of August. Rolling at 3:06 a.m. Eastern Time. Oh, Pappy's on board? Ha! About time. Slacker. He said, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's 02:30 hours on the East Coast. That 8-night stint at the Mercy Hilton has my cosmic clock all out of whack. But I'm here now, so let's roll. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Hammer down, are you with me? Yeah, that 8 days, 8 nights in the gulag got him all messed up. Okay. Who else on board? There's Gary. Mike joins us. Good morning, y'all. What happened yesterday? It was a technical glitch. We were live, just not on Facebook. Yes, did I miss it or I couldn't find it? Hey, let me mention if there's ever an issue like that with the Facebook or the Rumble, things of that nature. It was, again, Josh had to adjust something. He said it was a simple fix when I got a hold of him yesterday morning. But have the app loaded. Your Android, your iPhone. Of course, if something's amiss on Facebook, you won't have the video, but you'll have the audio. Go to the iPhone store, the Apple store, whatever you call it, the Google Play Store. Simply type in overnightdriveradio.com. You do need to put the .com. overnightdriveradio.com. It's a free download. And you'll be able to catch us on the app. Very good. Thank you much. And Mike, now you know. Industry headlines as we kick off another hour here. Engine maker Cummins announced a major Department of Energy grant to fund the transition to manufacturing zero-emissions components and electric powertrain systems. Now, this is several weeks ago. Cummins announced an award of $75 million to transform 360,000 square feet of existing manufacturing space at their Columbus, Indiana engine plant to expand production of battery pack, powertrain systems, and other battery electric vehicle components. Cummins matched the $75 million Department of Energy grant with $75 million to invest a total of $150 million for conversion of that plant space. Cummins expects to add 250 full-time jobs as part of the zero-emissions production plan, bringing the total number of workers focused on battery electric vehicles to 350. This Department of Energy grant is another step forward in the progress we're making toward a zero-emissions future, expanding battery manufacturing in the United States, strengthening our global position in electrified solutions for commercial markets. President of Accelera by Cummins. Known as Plant One, CEP, they're in Columbus, Indiana, was Cummins' first engine plant in the headquarters city of Columbus, Indiana. This grant from the DOE allows us to broaden the legacy of this site even further by expanding production of batteries and electric vehicle components at CEP, at the same plant where we manufacture blocks and heads for our current and next generation engine-based solutions. We continue to prove our commitment to Destination Zero and our dedication to innovation. All right, late last year, Cummins was issued a $1.675 billion penalty to settle claims of violations of the Clean Air Act after they allegedly installed defeat devices on some 630,000 Ram pickups. That fine, by the way, was the largest ever issued for a violation of the Clean Air Act, the second largest environmental fine issued in U.S. history, according to the Department of Justice. I guess we're working to rectify things. Jolly Green Giant, good morning.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. And that sounded like a bunch of hogwash there concerning converting everything over electric. Jolly Green fully convinced it will not work. Our technology is not there, and I'm laughing at California. How are they going to get all their produce out of the state if gasoline or diesels are not allowed in the state? I'm scratching my head on these liberals, okay? And what about these batteries freezing up during the winter, Steve? What about that? Have they overcome that problem? Wasn't that going on last winter?
No, with the limited number of electric vehicles on the road right now, that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's...
Well, I wanted to talk about, you were talking about genderless bathrooms here in the United States. I do remember, America, I got to be honest with you, is behind times. They really are. The Europeans had genderless bathrooms back in the 70s. I actually flew over to Germany to where my sister and her husband were stationed in Germany, and guess what? They had genderless bathrooms back in the 70s. Here I am in there next to a urinal trying to take care of business, and there's a woman in there cleaning. I mean, I was embarrassed. I mean, come on. I was just 25 years old at the time.
Right.
And kind of new to to some of that stuff. But I'll tell you what, we are behind the times. The rest of the world is not ashamed of their bodies. They've got, nude beaches? And that in this country, that's against law. I mean, come on. We got to get with the program,
Okay.
And that is from a truck driver's standpoint there, come on. I mean, I'm all for nude beaches, come on, Steve. I mean, come on. I'm just a normal man, That's really all I got for you tonight. I just wanted to say have a good weekend, Steve, and we will talk at you next week.
Jolly Green Giant. Very good. All right, I know what he's talking about. He's wanting to go to the all-male nude beach. Is that what he meant? Huh? No? All right, and then there is what is becoming a pretty big, I don't know, would you call it a scandal, the Stolen Valor scandal, where many veterans, they say, are not at all pleased with this nominee, Tim Walz of Minnesota. The presidential campaign, Kamala's presidential campaign, actually kind of escalated that this past day by scrubbing their reference to his rank from the website. The campaign altered the official website's biography of Walz yesterday, removing the reference to him as a retired command sergeant major to rather now note that he once served at the command sergeant major rank. Is that a shocking decision? Kind of escalates the scandal from denial to what was now damage control for the Reeling campaign. Christina Wong reported, Walz has claimed that he is a retired command sergeant major, but his rank was reduced to master sergeant since he did not finish the requirements to retire as a command sergeant major. Despite this, he's boasted about retiring as command sergeant major on a number of occasions. Now, his official campaign bio now describes him as rising to the rank of command sergeant major, but does not mention his rank was reduced before his retirement. I guess he was being questioned this past day, and he fled the scene after being questioned whether or not he lied about his military resume, abandoning Harris in a tarmac photo op as he rushed toward a fleet of black SUVs. Other scandals related to his military service claims throughout his political career have thrown the campaign's rollout of their vice presidential nominee into chaos, they say. As Wong reported, there are also accusations by veterans who served with Walz that he, as the top enlisted soldier in his unit, abandoned them right as they were preparing to deploy to Iraq at the peak of the war. Now, he's also made comments. He's suggested on multiple occasions that he carried weapons into war, including in a video shared by the Harris campaign. The fact of the matter is he never served in combat. The Harris campaign has not answered why he falsely claimed to be in war or addressed the stolen valor accusations plaguing him. Karine Jean-Pierre, as usual, dodged questions when asked about the scandal, simply saying, this is someone who enlisted at 17 years old to serve his country. Okay, that's true, factual. He was part of the Army National Guard for 24 years, factual. Only place he carried a weapon of war, or what he describes as an assault-type weapon, was either in basic training or his weekend routine monthly or every 6 months when they would go to report for the Army National Guard. Now, she went on to say, this is someone who was a high school teacher, a high school coach, who grew up in a small town in the Midwest. So I think his bio speaks for itself. Who he is speaks for itself. His record speaks for itself. I'm just not going to say anything beyond that. That was Karine Jean-Pierre, but he never saw a battlefield. Not in Iraq, not in Afghanistan. Is it a big deal? All I know is they say to many veteran service members, it is to them a big deal. Can't be making claims about being in the war zone. Never. Meanwhile, back to other industry headlines. A truck driver able to collect his prize after winning a Powerball lottery thanks to the help of his understanding trucking company. Back in July, the unnamed truck driver from Texas had just dropped off a load in Hagerstown, Maryland. He stopped at the Pilot on Greencastle Pike, get some snacks and a couple of lottery tickets, 2 Powerball tickets. Then he headed home to Texas. A few days after the Powerball drawing, Monday, July 15, he decided to check his tickets. He said, I was on the road again, decided to check my tickets on the Powerball website. I saw my matching numbers. I knew it was something. I just didn't know how much. He then called his son to help double-check the numbers. He said, "Dad, you almost won the jackpot, but it's $50,000. He had matched 4 of the 5 white balls and the red Powerball. That's considered the third-tier win. According to the Powerball rules, that winning ticket had to be cashed back in Maryland, where he had purchased. So the truck driver took the issue up with his company, and they agreed to send him on another route to Maryland so he could collect his winnings. The driver actually and his wife trucked up to Maryland to collect the money, which he says he's going to put toward his retirement, but not too shabby. But, man, to be so close, 4 of the 5 white balls and the Powerball, I think that's worth more than $50,000. Oddly enough, if you match all 5 of the white balls and miss the red Powerball, that's $1 million winner. Okay. 21 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, here come the weekend. TGIF. Our number, 844-844-3388. I had kind of refreshed on the radar screen there. Yeah, going back at the midnight hour, there were heavy rains falling there in eastern, southeastern portions of South Carolina. At that point, most of it was more or less north of Charleston, not directly in the Charleston area, but the radar has really filled in. We've got heavy rains now extending all the way up to Jacksonville and New Bern, North Carolina. There on the eastern coastal areas. The heavy rains from Wilmington to Myrtle Beach to Charleston. Then inland, not quite to Orangeburg, not quite to Florence, South Carolina, but that entire zone just hammered. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, after up to 17 inches of rain had fallen in some of those areas earlier this week. A lot of folks probably were heading off to bed this evening thinking the worst was over. And now all this rain coming down again, 1 to 2 inches per hour in some cases. So, yeah, flash flood emergency had been declared by the National Weather Service there in Charleston, South Carolina. 2 to 5 inches has fallen since Thursday evening. On top of the 9 to 17, how much more rain will fall? Because it continues to come down torrentially at this hour. Yeah, widespread, dangerous flash flooding is occurring across the city of Monks River. High water rescues are taking place as we speak. life-threatening situation developing there. My. Well, good morning. Always moving. Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday to you too. Hey, I'm outside in my yard. My sky is crystal clear, beautiful stars, and nice little bugs, August bugs sounding out here. It's really nice.
How about that?
I'm glad we're not. Yeah, I'm glad we're not getting the effects of Hurricane Debbie. But it does remind me that the 12th of August is the Perseid meteor shower. So that's coming up. And, of course, that's just fabulous to watch. So reminder for everybody to enjoy that one.
Mm-hmm.
And just called to kind of chit-chat. Hey, how you doing? That kind of stuff. I have got a kick out of Nancy Pelosi this week. I did not see the whole interview with Leslie Stahl. I just saw the part of it where she said that Biden was such a good president, he should be on Mount Rushmore, kind of thing.
I heard that, yes.
Yeah, even Leslie Stahl chuckled, and she's like, what? And laughed at her. But then I also this evening saw the excerpt. She was doing an interview, must have been at a radio station, because she had the headset on thing. And she was talking about Joe Biden, and she said, nah, she never liked him, his politics. She said he wasn't any good. And it's like, well, that was a 3-day flip-flop, 4-day flip-flop. Well, but isn't that kind of par for the course for them? And, you know, at one point she says, you know, Joe knows that I love him and all, but I haven't spoken to him since he, you know, gave up the president, you know, his reelection bid. And, well, I don't know if he's mad at me or not. And I thought, well, who would want you as a friend? I mean, talk about a backstabbing capital B.
Wow.
First crow. Yeah, all in a week. So I thought that was amazing. I also watched a fabulous interview Megyn Kelly did with Justice Neil Gorsuch, and I just completely fell in love with him. He gave such a good interview. He's put a new book out, which is enough to make you throw up it's all about how the government overreaches on the little guy, pursues them for millions and millions of dollars over the stupidest stuff, you know, ruins people's lives and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, where's the common sense in all of this? Again, that's tax dollars being absolutely wasted, chasing after a man with a couple of fish that were a couple of inches, you know, he said this guy thought they were a couple inches too short. 3 years later, they go after him. You know, it's just stupid stuff, stupid stuff. And all. And Neil Gorsuch was also explaining how many laws there are and that it's just too overwhelming for anybody to keep up with. And it is a fabulous interview to hear about the inner workings. He makes no political...
I'll have to check that out. Hold the thought there, Always Moving.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump has announced he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election in November. The former US president spoke at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, his first major event since Harris was announced as the Democratic candidate for the US presidency. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
In a press conference that lasted more than an hour, Donald Trump laid into U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris. With a slew of insults, Trump said, quote, "She is not smart enough to do a news conference." Trump told journalists that he is confident that he will win with a landslide. He also went on to attack Harris's policy stances, saying she's, quote, "a radical left person." The Republican nominee announced 3 upcoming dates for presidential debates in September, but added the minor details are being worked out, including the audience and the locations. Harris's campaign trail has been in full swing this week, with 2 key national polls placing her ahead of Donald Trump in the race for the U.S. presidency in November. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Moscow must feel the consequences of invading Ukraine. He didn't directly reference this week's Ukraine cross-border attack into Russia's Kursk region. Russia says the Ukrainian incursion is a major provocation. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says swift justice handed out to rioters is acting as a strong deterrent. Thursday night was calm in English towns and cities, but the Prime Minister's urged police to remain on high alert for disorder this weekend. Acting Deputy National Chair of the Police Federation of England and Wales, Brian Booth, says officers have been working hard.
Members have really stepped up to the plate. They've shown amazing bravery. They've had their annual leave cancelled. We have got resourcing available because our colleagues, when they finish that long shift, they might be starting very early in the morning. They jump in a van. Officers from the Midlands, we deploy to violence in the Midlands, then up to Newcastle and back, and doing between 18 and 20-hour shifts. They go home for a very short period, they come back, stick on the uniform, and they go and do it again.
The US has announced $424 million in aid and humanitarian assistance for the Democratic Republic of Congo. The East African country is facing disaster as a result of armed violence in the east. Leon Solomon reports.
$440 million of the package will be allocated to humanitarian assistance. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, there are at least 7.3 million displaced persons in the DRC, all affected by armed violence that has plagued the country for 3 decades. The DRC and other afflicted countries in the region are currently experiencing an outbreak of the Mpox virus. $10 million of the help will go towards providing health assistance.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
We're back at it here. Where did we leave off? Oh, yeah, with Always Moving. There we go. Click of the mouse. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you for holding me over. The Neil Gorsuch interview is very good. His personality is just very easygoing. Literally, he did a very, very good interview about the Supreme Court and even how they eat lunch. that they always shake hands. It's really a fascinating interview to hear him and what he explains. So I'm looking forward. I'd like to get his book. That would be good too. Another one that I heard that was rather disheartening was some military man, and I believe it was with Tucker Carlson, some very high-ranking former military person in the government or whatever, and he was talking about Ukraine and Russia, and I was outside, kind of getting bits and pieces of it, but it almost sounded like he sided with Russia on the beginning of the war or whatever. But he said Ukraine has lost over 400,000 men, and that the reporting that we are hearing is very incorrect, that there is no way this is going to come out well for them, and that Putin has held back all of these soldiers and stuff just in case the United States or whatever says, well, we're going to go in and save you, and then, Putin saved the good stuff for the end. And that was a pretty scary thought, listening to that interview. So those are just, I've listened to a lot of different things, and the one gentleman that I had been enjoying for his, he's a black man that has this podcast, and it's called LFR Family. He has been fascinating to listen to his insight, and I have a lot of friends of color at the hospital, blah, blah, blah. I enjoy listening to everybody. I enjoy listening to different opinions. I do not enjoy listening to The View and those witches. But I enjoy, I love to hear other people's opinion. And, I miss the days of when you watch Johnny Carson. He would have people on that would have been invited to the White House. They might have been reporters. They might have been Hollywood insiders. They would go to see President Reagan or whoever. And they all got along. It was an honor to be invited to the White House. It wasn't a buddy system. It was an honor whether you were of the same politics or not. And that people then could still discuss, and it wasn't an all or nothing. And those are the days that I wish we had. And then in watching some of these things that have come on in the podcast or in the interviews, and they're showing excerpts of stuff, I see some people that I truly think have mental illness that are so extreme with what they want to do to their bodies and how they want to present themselves and their views. And then I think, well, we've taken away a lot of the mental health care. We've taken away a lot of the places where people would have been. But, when you have lived this as long as I have, I'm 65, you look back over your life and go, how did I live all of these years without these kind of people in being around? And I don't know what has unleashed them to come out of the woodwork. I don't believe that they were always there. Let's put it that way. It's like when you talk to someone about autism and they say, oh, well, it was just undiagnosed before. No, it wasn't. No, there's been an explosion of autism. There's something to why that has suddenly popped out. Why are all of these people all of a sudden wanting to change and identify as a purple sea lion or whatever? I mean, it's very fad-ish. It's very, man, you guys need some help at home. What is going on in your home life that you're out there? To me, it's a cry for help. So I see that and I really wonder about it. But I do have something also interesting happening, and maybe you can help me. You might have seen this. I don't know, but so if I am watching, let's say, Bill O'Reilly, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, anything like that, as it gets to the end, because I have to do everything on my cell phone because I don't have anything else to watch stuff with. If I'm on my cell phone and I'm looking at that, it'll probably be towards like the last 5 or 10 minutes of that show. And all of a sudden, my screen will show some lady, an Asian person, knitting. And she's making little animals. And it's this close-up screen.
Yeah.
And it's this Asian, sometimes it's the same lady, sometimes it's different people, and they are crocheting or sewing, and it's like, what the frick happened? I mean, I didn't touch anything on my phone, but it's always at the last 5 to 10 minutes of those programs. And you know how you can take your finger and touch the screen and the red line appears to show you how far over you are. I can back the red line up on the program. I can watch the program again. And when it gets back down to that last 5 to 10 minutes, these things will pop back up on my screen. Have you ever heard of that?
I have not. It almost sounds like maybe it's some sort of an ad or something from the download. Maybe if you're watching like on a podcast, maybe.
Well, so it's just like, I just go to Megyn Kelly and click on videos, or I go to Tucker Carlson and click on videos, or if I'm just, let's say, I've watched one Tucker Carlson video, and then you just start scrolling up, and you see different things come underneath of it, and you click on those. Even like Gutfield, that's on, I guess, Fox.
Yeah.
When you get to the last 5 to 10 minutes, it'll just all of a sudden switch, and it's this Asian thing. And what was really freaky, tonight, it got to the end, and it was like, I mean, I was almost scared at what had happened to my phone. It was like radical, and I don't know if they were Islamic or what, but it had popped up on my phone, and there was all of this, what they would have written in their with their letters or whatever, but they had stuff on their heads, and they were shouting at the camera, and blah, 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 and I'm like, what in the world? And the title underneath of it is still the whatever it was I was watching.
Wow.
And that's the first time it had switched to something other than this Asian people making these stuffed animals. And I thought, I'm going to have to go to the store and go to the phone store and say, what is this? Because I don't know that I don't know if it would be a bug in my phone.
That's
because
I'm
it doesn't happen with
Yeah.
other things that I'm looking at.
Can't
it's only
help but
happening
wonder.
on certain.
Can't help but wonder
certain
if it's
stuff,
some
but-
sort of malware, adware, virus. Very good question. Now, when it comes to the smartphone stuff, I'd be the last one to ask about anything. I'm lucky enough to pick up and be able to send a text or answer the darn thing. It's 844-844-3388. What do you think? Is that the grump?
Hey, Steve.
Hey.
Hey, I want to say one thing back during the debate with Biden and Trump. I think Trump missed a golden opportunity there. He should have said, after Biden stumbled through the second or third question, he should have said, listen, I'm going to withdraw from this debate because obviously Mr. Biden is having some mental issues, and it's a disgrace that his handlers or the people in the Democratic Party, including his wife, are putting him through this. And he's not capable of performing in this debate. And it would be cruel of me to subject him to continue it. So I'm just going to shut my microphone off and go home. That's what he should have said.
I guess the ultimate turnout would have been pretty much the same. I don't know if that would have been the right thing to do or not. Because, I mean, the left would have been all over Trump for he chickened out or he backed out.
Yeah, they could have done it, but I think he would have came out on top on that deal. But Eagle was talking about all these stupid people going to these rallies for Harris and this other dumbass. The Democratic Party is a party that will let you do whatever you want to do so that they get your vote. If you want to be transsexual, they'll let you be transsexual. If you want to do drugs, they'll legalize drugs. If they want if they want boys to go into girls' bathrooms and put tampons in the boys' bathrooms, they'll let you do it because that translates to getting them votes. When Obama told South America, you can come to this country, we will not prosecute you, he ordered an invasion on this country and he should have been put on trial for treason. But they done that, of course, to flood because they were in office at the time, and they automatically assumed that all these Mexicans are going to vote Democrat because it was a Democratic president who led them into the country. Mm-hmm. Here's one other thing real quick. Say 6 million of them have come into the country in the last year or last 2 years or last 3 years. You have to look at the long-range plan. You take those 6 million people, and in 10 years, that 6 million people become 25 million people because they all get married or have kids or whatever.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So it's not just 6 million. Over a few years, it's 20 million, 25 million, 50 million. We need to get more military acting on the border. The National Guard got overrun a few months ago on when they climbed over the razor wire and everything. They should have had ammunition, and they should have started firing at them. Because standing there behind that razor wire and letting them run over top of you isn't doing a damn thing.
Yeah.
We are taking no action whatsoever to stop these people. They swim across the river, they climb over the razor wire, they climb over the damn fence, and we just stand back and let them come. We need to get more aggressive with them. Whatever that is, that's what it is.
Well, we know there's one administration that's not going to address the issue, and there's another potential that would do everything they, I guess, legally could do to address the problem. Two distinct choices there. But yes, the Hispanic population, he is correct. That is the fastest growing population in the United States. I think it's been several years ago that they actually passed the black population. Yeah, the white population is the slowest growing population in the country. I saw some of those figures just a couple of days ago here. But back to the phones in a moment. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, so I've got the facts straight. I pulled up the numbers, and these were from the 2023 statistics. As far as population growth in the United States, the white population is growing, but at a much, much slower rate than most of the others. Let's see. 2023, white population growth about 19%. The Hispanic race, plus 80%. Black population, plus 31%. Asian population, plus 104%. Two or more races, plus 47%. American Indian and Alaskan Native, plus 77%. The country's Pacific Islander, Asian, and Hispanic populations saw the biggest percentage increases, and this is over a 20-year period from the year 2000 through 2022. That sort of demographic data is a vital snapshot of how the racial and ethnic makeup of the United States is changing and can inform policies and programs nationwide. So there you go. Still predominantly white, 19% growth between 2000 and 2022. And they break it all down by various. Some states are seeing far more rapid demographic shifts than others. In Texas, for instance, Hispanic residents now officially make up the largest share of that state's population. The new population figures show Hispanic Texans made up 40.2% of the state's population last summer, barely edging out non-Hispanic white Texans, who made up 39.8%, according to the numbers. But I think you get the gist. The demographic makeup of this country is definitely changing. Hello, Brother Rambler.
Well, praise God. Hello, and good morning, Steve, and hello, everyone out there in radio land, podcast land. Good to be on the phone with you. Man, Grump sounded kind of rough, and I'm going to be praying for him. Sound like he's got something going on, but
that wasn't.
God bless you, Grump.
That wasn't. That turns out that was not the Grump. The name on the screen said
that was not.
The name said Trump, and I assumed it was Grump, but that was. I'm not sure who that caller actually was. It wasn't Grump.
Well, my mistake, my bad. And always good to hear, always moving. I watched a little bit of the Ingram angle, and they had Tim Waltz's commander for his regiment. And boy, he held nothing back. Called him a coward and everything else. I said, yeah, when we were all being deployed, he all of a sudden felt like, well, I just can't go. He cowered out. And you can watch that on Laura Ingraham on the Ingram on the Ingram angle. He was his platoon sergeant, whatever it is, of his outfit that we're supposed to get deployed. He was his commander. If you ain't got nothing going on this weekend, you're out there driving, and listening to replays of Steve Summers or, anything like that, I want to encourage you, if you're a race fan and you like old school racing, and especially if you're a Dale Earnhardt fan, go to YouTube or go to wherever you get your podcast at. Look for Dale Jr. Download. Dale Jr. Download. Go to show number 562. Show 562. You will see a man named Donnie Reeves. Donnie Reeves has never done an interview before. This is the first interview. But Donnie Reeves is Dale Earnhardt's ultimate, very best friend. He's got a lot of friends, but Donnie Reeves was his ultimate friend. And he's never done any interviews because he always felt like he wanted to keep Dale Earnhardt's legacy and not let anything get out. Very interesting show from a very good friend of Dale Earnhardt. He also defends Teresa Earnhardt also. Real fast, I know we're running out of time. If you ain't got nothing to do on Sunday, please come by Determined Ministries Church. We're a church for you. We go live at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, Steve, and we'd love to have you. Going to be a great message this Sunday. Eyes hath not seen, ears hath not heard what God has prepared for us. And I tell you what, when we depart this world, God has a beautiful kingdom waiting for us, but you've got to know who the Savior is, and that is Jesus Christ. Always remember, God's children, to check out the best website in the world, overnightdriveradio.com, for all your Steve Summers needs. But I'll leave you with this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And don't forget to be that first-time caller. Get your free $60 voucher for your Hot Shot Secret. God bless you, Steve. God bless everyone. See you at church this Sunday, 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. Bye now.
Thank you very much. Hey, have a great weekend, Brother Rambler. There's Steve in Columbus. The best day of the week is here, and we're looking forward to a nice weekend at home. Hopefully nothing gets planned. A little bit of rest sounds good. As for today, the car's packed, ready to head into town, see what we can find in the trash. Everybody enjoy the day and your weekend.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump has announced he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election in November. The former US president spoke at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, his first major event since Harris was announced as the Democratic candidate for the US presidency. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
In a press conference that lasted more than an hour, Donald Trump laid into U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris. With a slew of insults, Trump said, quote, "She is not smart enough to do a news conference." Trump told journalists that he is confident that he will win with a landslide. He also went on to attack Harris's policy stances, saying she's, quote, "a radical left person." The Republican nominee announced 3 upcoming dates for presidential debates in September, but added the minor details are being worked out, including the audience and the locations. Harris's campaign trail has been in full swing this week, with 2 key national polls placing her ahead of Donald Trump in the race for the U.S. presidency in November. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Moscow must feel the consequences of invading Ukraine. He didn't directly reference this week's Ukraine cross-border attack into Russia's Kursk region. Russia says the Ukrainian incursion is a major provocation. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says swift justice handed out to rioters is acting as a strong deterrent. Thursday night was calm in English towns and cities, but the Prime Minister's urged police to remain on high alert for disorder this weekend. Acting Deputy National Chair of the Police Federation of England and Wales, Brian Booth, says officers have been working hard.
Members have really stepped up to the plate. They've shown amazing bravery. They've had their annual leave cancelled. We have got resourcing available because our colleagues, when they finish that long shift, they might be starting very early in the morning. They jump in a van. Officers from the Midlands, we deploy to violence in the Midlands, then up to Newcastle and back, and doing between 18 and 20-hour shifts. They go home for a very short period, they come back, stick on the uniform, and they go and do it again.
The US has announced $424 million in aid and humanitarian assistance for the Democratic Republic of Congo. The East African country is facing disaster as a result of armed violence in the east. Leon Solomon reports.
$440 million of the package will be allocated to humanitarian assistance. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, there are at least 7.3 million displaced persons in the DRC, all affected by armed violence that has plagued the country for 3 decades. The DRC and other afflicted countries in the region are currently experiencing an outbreak of the Mpox virus. $10 million of the help will go towards providing health assistance.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. A huge security operation is going to be mounted in the UK when Taylor Swift appears at Wembley Stadium later this month. The move follows the at least partial unravelling of an alleged plot to attack her Eras concert tour gigs in Vienna. Austrian police arrested 2 men and say one of them had recently pledged allegiance to Islamic State.
No one wants to see an event closed down because of a threat or the likelihood of terrorism.
Steve Park is a security analyst with Global Security Resources in London.
The threat hasn't gone away. It's an ongoing investigation, and obviously the police decided to step in because obviously with these private events you have private security, and you have obviously they are liaising with the police force or the military that might be able to help them with security outside of the public arena. We've seen events being attacked. We've seen threats that have been made, and perhaps they haven't closed venues down. We've looked at the recent things that have been going on in the Olympics, and obviously the police have been able to manage the saboteurs and the kind of things that have been going on, a lot more than we actually know of. I can only say that this is an ongoing event.
Wembley Stadium has a seating capacity of 90,000, and of course Taylor Swift's 5 nights there are sold out. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Donald Trump has announced he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Moscow must feel the consequences of invading Ukraine. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says swift justice handed to rioters is acting as a strong deterrent, and the US has announced $424 million in aid and humanitarian assistance for the DRC amid ongoing armed violence in the east. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Let's roll into that final hour here on a Friday. Okay. Hello to Truck and Phil, who says, Happy Friday, coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation and the great product of Staybill. High of 77 today at Fort Wayne, 78 Sterling Heights. Sounds like a beautiful spring or fall-like kind of day, right? As we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back again. Have a great weekend from Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. All right, then he sends me a link here from the Allen County Sheriff's Office, where crash investigators have arrested the driver who left the scene of a fatal hit-and-run crash on July the 25th. So I pulled that up. The crash occurred on I-69 northbound. The 318 mile marker. About 2:38 a.m., officers located vehicle parts at the scene that indicated a semi-truck was involved. Evidence showed that the driver of the broken-down semi was outside of his vehicle on the shoulder of the highway when he was struck by the suspect's semi. Crash investigators identified the suspect and semi after receiving tips from the public. After assistance from other police agencies in 2 states, crash investigators were able to solidify their case. Arrested is John A. Daly from Charlestown, Indiana, who is now facing charges of leaving the scene of a crash/fatality, level 4 felony, reckless homicide, level 5 felony, obstruction of justice, level 6 felony. Well, all right, so that's why they ask for the public's help. I recall sharing that story. If memory serves, they said they were looking for whatever the color of a Volvo truck. They would have a missing side mirror and damage to the bumper. So yes, somewhere out there, the tip came in. So I guess he will face his day in court, right? Let me see. Vic, I do believe. Good morning.
Yeah, Steve, this is Vic. Whenever Boys Movement is talking about all these different laws and everything, all I can say is amen to that. They have so many laws crossing over one another that I remember a case, I don't know, 8 or 10 years back, an individual went to court and said there were so many laws that they were confusing, arbitrary, and capricious. And he got the case dismissed. But I can't really remember the exact, but I was still driving a truck. That's how long ago it was. But the reason I was looking at that is because of all the confusing laws and regulation that there is that regards to the trucking industry. But, yeah, you were talking about your son having that operation. It's kind of along that line, but not exactly like your son. They found somebody having I don't know what type it was. I don't know if it was a puppy farm or what, here in the county south of us. They had 350 pets, and not really animals, I should say, dogs, and they weren't very well taken care of, and some had been shot and buried. And then on the news, I think it was yesterday, they said that they called, somebody called the house for a family disturbance, and a pit bull come blasting out of the house and was not on a leash, and the officer shot the pit bull. And the woman said, well, you know, that pit bull, he just likes to play. And it's like, well, he might just like to play, but that was, they showed it on the news. And they were trying to go after the police officer, and it's like, well, wait a minute. In the city of Indianapolis, you have to have a dog on a leash if it's outside. Otherwise, it's fair game. So whenever you mention about the laws and everything, you really have to be sure exactly where everything stands, because you might wind up being the one in violation. And I don't know if they got the domestic dispute solved or not. But really what I was calling about was this stolen valor thing. What happened on that, Steve, was they had so many people after the Vietnam War didn't even want to admit they were veterans. Then they wound up with Reagan coming along, and it became, I guess, more popular, or whatever you want to say, to have military service. Then whenever Bush went to there in the Mideast in the first Gulf War, and it was successful, all of a sudden these people started showing up with various records or stated they were part of this group or that group way back when, and it became such a problem they passed that stolen valor law. And that's what the individual, what is his name? Walls. I couldn't even tell you.
W-A-L-Z, Walls.
Okay. Walls. Oh,
yep.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That's right. Now that you mentioned that. But I'd really actually forgotten his name for a minute, or how it's spelled. But that's where he got in trouble. He was claiming that he did various things, and then he claimed he had a rank that he didn't have. And the important part about that was, like a command sergeant major or first sergeant of the different services, they're supposed to be the key conduit from the enlisted ranks to the officer ranks. And it's a very critical position. And if he wasn't there to express what they needed or didn't need, then he kind of let them down. And I know when the Indiana National Guard, when that unit out of Camp Edeberry got activated, I had a childhood friend that he was the chief warrant officer over procurement. And whenever they got ready to go to Iraq, or Afghanistan, they had to cannibalize stuff, and they had to work on the equipment out in tents. They didn't even have stuff to work on, like in shops and all that. And if you remember, do you remember Dick Cheney saying, well, sometimes you can't go with the army you really want. You have to go with the one you have. Well, they were, I know in this particular case, they were sending that unit to Afghanistan, and it was like the Humvees that would be patrolling the city streets, not in a combat zone. So they were actually cannibalizing stuff and putting steel plates on the bottom of those Humvees and everything. He was telling me different things that they'd worked up. He's since deceased. But back to this Walsh guy, it's like I'm really curious when he knew that they were going to wherever they were going to deploy to Iraq, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Did he just totally book on them, or did he do anything to help them prepare for it? Or, I mean, he just leaving a whole lot hanging. And the other thing is, these pawn shops, they used to sell a lot of medals. And any medal you wear on your chest, you're supposed to have orders for that. And if you don't have orders for it, it shouldn't be on your chest, and they should know exactly what it's all about. And I know in my particular case, when we got activated, it's kind of an odd thing. And then they wound up support people, the medics, the cops, the air cops, and the supply and the cooks didn't have to go, but the air crews did. But whenever they came back, we all got a unit citation medal, and I never would wear mine. And when I went to another unit, the first sergeant there, he come in with a whole bunch of stuff, and he said, "You know, I said, "Yeah, I know, but I didn't go, and I just don't feel like it's right for me to wear them." And he said, "Well, if you were in the Army, you'd have to wear them." I said, "But I'm not in the Army, I'm in the Air Force." But I just never did wear any of those bells because, I was always stateside, and I guess it's just a personal thing. I could have, but I didn't want to. So when I think about all this stuff with this Walsh guys, that I've seen guys like them that kind of exaggerate, glory hounds, one thing and another, and apparently he continued that thing for some time. So the reason it's a big deal to the people that did serve and everything else, and they went through a period of time to where there were a lot of people they weren't even in the military, and they were pretending like they were,
right.
And they even joined some of the service clubs. So to most of the veterans around here, and especially those that were in the various special forces and stuff, I don't know about now, but I know way back when Kennedy put that whole thing together with the advisors, they started out with what was called the MACV Studies and Observation Group, Military Assistance Command Vietnam Study and Observation Groups, and then SOG later got kind of shortened to SOG. But there were people over there, the one particular guy, they called him Mad Dog, and he was actually addicted to war. He did finally get captured, but the North Vietnamese had a $33,000 price on his head. I think the SEALs at one time, any of those, had a $5,000 price on their head. And you can look all this stuff up. It's kind of foggy. But whether it's a Green Beret or AID, the communists had prices on their heads. So that's why it's a big deal to a lot of people. And most people don't even realize that. And the other thing is,
well, I mean, in the service member vote, veterans vote is a significant vote, and I'm pretty sure when it comes to the percentage of veterans, those who've served this country, they're going to be people that want to have their say as far as leadership roles are concerned, especially who's going to be commander-in-chief, right? I mean, that's a big voting block. All right, so I understand the fact, and I didn't even touch on the whole stolen valor thing the last couple of nights. I was seeing some of the headlines and the reports. I didn't know anything about Tim Walsh, and I mentioned that. And I said, okay, so the guy, he joined the Army at the age of 17. He served his country. I said, and then I'm seeing he was in for how many years? 20 years? Was it 20, 25? I said, so undoubtedly the guy served his country. And then come to find, all right, so he was in, Army National Guard. I had my daughter's former boyfriend. Yeah, he was in the Army National Guard. He never saw a day on the battlefield. Yeah, he would go for the weekend training, or I guess every so often you'd have to go for like a week of training. He did that for a number of. So you look at the record of Walsh, that is technically he was on the list to be activated. And I guess the big story is when he did come to that time, hey, we're activating, we're going to Iraq. Oh, I'm out of here. That's kind of where they're at. He had at one point reached the level of what was at Master Sergeant, whatever that was. But by exiting when he did not complete the tasks that had to be done to actually maintain that status. Pappy was trying to explain to me, it's like, I guess, you have to go some additional class training, additional numerous things that had to be completed to maintain that. So he was stripped of that rank when he exited the military. All right. So like I said, is it really? I guess it is for military veterans out there. That's a pretty big thing, right? Let me see. We've got our other hero of the week to share. From the other side of the pond, a paralyzed man from Oldham, hoping to become the first person ever to ride the length of England and Scotland using a chin-controlled quad cycle. Andy Walker was tragically paralyzed when he was just 28 years old after he hit a rock diving into the sea in India. The accident causing a spinal cord injury. Andy's life has been impacted with immense challenges every single day. Despite this, he's determined to live life to the full and has managed some incredible feats since his accident 19 years ago. At the age of 47 now, Andy's already conquered a series of extreme world-first challenges. His most recent being cycling 350 miles across Kenya in a chin-controlled Quadrix bike. In 2019, he was awarded an MBE for his services to disability. Andy's journey, his latest, will begin at Land's End in Cornwall and finish in John O'Groats in Scotland, clocking a cycle route stretching more than 1,000 miles. Yes, starting this past weekend, Sunday, August the 4th, he's just underway. In his toughest journey yet, he'll be raising funds for 3 charities that are close to his heart. Regain Sports Charity, the Mandel Youth Zone, and Leeds Hospitals Charity Fund. All right. Andy's become a motivational speaker since his accident, passionate about inspiring young people by sharing his story, encouraging all to reach their full potential and live their dreams. On the inspiration behind his latest challenge, Andy said, "Since my accident, I've had absolute conviction and determination to lead a full, rewarding life. Taking on these extreme challenges helps me to continue to live my dream and make a difference to other people. This will be physically and mentally tough for me, but I'll get through it with the support of friends and family, knowing the money I raise will help transform the lives of so many others."
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All righty, what else? We've got a bit of a space race going on. The U.S., China, India, everybody trying to get to the moon once again, some for the first time. And there's also a lot of top secret stuff happening in the heavens above. The mysterious Chinese spy plane has been newly caught on camera by a satellite watcher who snagged new imagery of the high-flying robotic vehicle. China's space plane, which is now circling the Earth on its third flight, was lobbed into orbit on December 14 of last year. There was a sky watcher in Upper Austria who was able to capture the images, making use of a telescope having a 14-inch mirror and assorted gear capable of following satellites that keeps them automatically in the center of the field of view. Finessing the equipment with a bit of input and corrections is the way he explained it to Space.com. I make these images by taking a video during the flyover and then stacking or averaging out and sharpening the best frames. It's kind of blurry if you ask me. You can see the two solar panels at the end that aren't visible on any of the computer renderings of this plane that are available online. I'm not really sure if they are solar panels or some other feature like an antenna or something of that nature. In terms of size, the satellite spotter measures the craft to be more or less 30 feet in length, which would make it a little longer than the Americans' X-37B space plane that's operated by our U.S. Space Force. That could be off a little bit since the angle that the plane is illuminated could hide certain features, but that length would still fit inside the booster used to rocket it into space. I can't say anything about the wingspan since they're not really visible in my images, but previous launches had to make small cutouts of the wings so they would fit. Now, he noted that the Chinese space plane appears to be oriented with the nose facing the front of the flight path like a normal plane. The vehicle recently lowered its orbit to roughly 217 miles above Earth. What actually China is gleaning from the craft's third flight is unknown, of course. Very similar to what the currently flying U.S. Space Force X-37B is accomplishing. That was actually launched on December 29th of last year. That's now 216 days into its secretive mission. What are we doing out there? I kind of wonder, right? It is 844-844-3388. I got a little more information from the FBI in regards to the attempted assassin of Trump, Thomas Crooks. They say apparently that he was a pretty regular visitor to the gun range. He joined a gun club less than a year before the shooting. He visited that range 43 times and went to local target practice 3 to 6 times per month. Details released by Senator Chuck Grassley. He last visited that shooting range on Friday, July the 12th at 2:45 in the afternoon. That was one day before he shot Trump. According to the logs kept by the Clarion Sportsman Club, Crooks spent 80% of his time at the range doing rifle practice with long guns rather than handguns. He even spent Christmas Day at the gun club, according to the Daily Mail. All right, news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, a Friday, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Donald Trump has announced he wants 3 presidential debates with Kamala Harris before the election in November. The former US president spoke at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, his first major event since Harris was announced as the Democratic candidate for the US presidency. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
In a press conference that lasted more than an hour, Donald Trump laid into U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris With a slew of insults, Trump said, quote, "She is not smart enough to do a news conference." Trump told journalists that he is confident that he will win with a landslide. He also went on to attack Harris's policy stances, saying she's, quote, "a radical left person." The Republican nominee announced 3 upcoming dates for presidential debates in September, but added the minor details are being worked out, including the audience and the locations. Harris's campaign trail has been in full swing this week, with 2 key national polls placing her ahead of Donald Trump in the race for the U.S. presidency in November. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says Moscow must feel the consequences of invading Ukraine. He didn't directly reference this week's Ukraine cross-border attack into Russia's Kursk region. Russia says the Ukrainian incursion is a major provocation. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says swift justice handed out to rioters is acting as a strong deterrent. Thursday night was calm in English towns and cities, but the Prime Minister's urged police to remain on high alert for disorder this weekend. Acting Deputy National Chair of the Police Federation of England and Wales, Brian Booth, says officers have been working hard.
Members have really stepped up to the plate. They've shown amazing bravery. They've had their annual leave cancelled. We have got resourcing available because our colleagues, when they finish that long shift, they might be starting very early in the morning. They jump in a van. Officers from the Midlands, we deploy to violence in the Midlands, then up to Newcastle and back, and doing between 18 and 20-hour shifts. They go home for a very short period, they come back, stick on the uniform, and they go and do it again.
The US has announced $424 million in aid and humanitarian assistance for the Democratic Republic of Congo. The East African country is facing disaster as a result of armed violence in the east. Leon Solomon reports.
$440 million of the package will be allocated to humanitarian assistance. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, there are at least 7.3 million displaced persons in the DRC, all affected by armed violence that has plagued the country for 3 decades. The DRC and other afflicted countries in the region are currently experiencing an outbreak of the Mpox virus. $10 million of the help will go towards providing health assistance.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Alrighty, keeping an eye on Debbie, who continues to produce flooding rain through portions of Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania. Some of the latest advisories. We have not seen a lot of tornado warnings this morning versus what we were seeing in North Carolina 24 hours ago, but we do have one that popped up here in the last 5 minutes or so. North Central Caroline County, that's North Central Virginia. Thunderstorm, which is radar indicated rotation at this point, moving north at 50 miles per hour. So that's flat out moving. That warning in effect until the top of the hour, 5 o'clock Eastern time. Now looking at some of the latest flood warnings, though, where numerous counties, southeastern North Carolina and northeastern South Carolina. Incredible flooding once again this morning on the North Carolina South, southeastern North Carolina, Brunswick County, Hanover County, Pender County. Yeah, they're seeing rain between 1 to 3 has already fallen in the past 6 hours on the already saturated ground. Another inch or two is expected this morning as the flooding continues. If you weren't with us a bit earlier in southeastern South Carolina, earlier they had declared a flash flood emergency, indicating water rescues were taking place this morning. Again, where 5-6 inches of rain had fallen just in a matter of hours in areas that had already picked up 9 to 17 inches of rain this week over the last several days. All right, good morning, pup. Happy Friday.
Hey, how you doing? Oh, yeah, happy Friday. So, you've got to go over and mow Steve's yard?
I think I'll probably have to hit that some point this weekend, yeah.
What kind of lawnmower does he have?
He's got a John Deere.
Oh, man, that's a Cadillac.
Okay.
You'll be just fine. Yeah, it takes a little bit to get used to the deck width, but you'll do fine. I'm assuming that's hydrostat.
Hell, what's that mean?
If it's you just push a pedal, one pedal it'll go forward, another pedal it'll go backwards. You don't have to shift gears or anything.
No, he's got to show me how to do this thing. I mean, I've done riding tractors, over the years. It's been a few years since I've done one. My grandma had one. I've never done his John Deere though.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you'll really like that. I've had a few of them. Matter of fact, I'm kind of looking for another one nowadays. Hey, in that first hour, you said something about before I get on this subject, did you look at your phone? Have you ever seen an almost 3-pound cucumber?
I can't say that I have. No.
Oh my! When you look at your phone and see that picture, you'll say, "Holy smokes!" But that first hour, Harris was not on the primary. In a primary, the vice president-elect is not on the primary. She shouldn't have got that. The Democrats should have had a whole new primary and stuff, and she wouldn't have got appointed. But
so what? It's just the fact that Biden endorsed her or tried to throw her in, I guess, and then the delegates all started coming on board that were Biden's. He freed the delegates up.
Yeah, there's nothing in the Constitution about that, and it's a real iffy subject. And if you would listen to Trump's press interview yesterday, he even stuck up for Joe Biden.
Hmm.
So,
I mean, they had some sort of what do they call it? They had a virtual roll call this week, whatever that means, where supposedly she's
and
she's
you
certified.
Know why? The only reason why they had that virtual one was because of to get on Ohio's ballot. Because they had to have that done by a certain date. Even if Joe would have stayed in, and Becky probably knows what date that is, but they had to have that done before their primary vote. So, they did. So, so what the hell else? Hey, you know how I've been dogging you about when you go on the cruise?
Yeah.
And who's going to take over the show? Is Steven going on the cruise?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, for heaven's sake. There goes that idea.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
No, so you don't have much planned for this weekend other than a little bit of chores?
Not really. Yeah, that's about it. So, I mean, since he had the surgery, the princess has been staying over there. She stayed the last 2 nights. So.
Oh, hey, that's one thing I was going to bring up to you. If she's looking for a job, maybe she could just do the news at the top and bottom of the hour.
Oh, boy. Good luck with that, pup. I don't know that you has anyone ever heard her voice on the radio? I mean, she's been in the studio with me for at times, and you ask her a question, she will not speak. She will not speak on mic.
Oh, why not?
I don't know. She refuses
It's like talking to a bunch of friends.
Well, I know, but I don't know what she's so gun shy about being on the radio.
I don't know. And tell her you'll shut the camera off, and then she won't be on the camera. She'll just be on the mic.
Yeah, she wouldn't. Neither one. That's a no-go, brother. I'll tell you that. All right, so I pulled it up here, and I hadn't paid a whole hell of a lot of attention. I just hearing the headline, virtual roll call, whatever. Democrat delegates selecting Kamala Harris to the nominee according to the final vote results late Monday by the DNC. But don't expect a balloon drop just yet, it says. Okay, Harris officially claimed the nomination following a 5-day online voting process, receiving nearly 4,600 votes, which it said was 99% of the participating delegates. They didn't release a precise number of votes that were cast for president or the state-by-state breakdown of present votes. They did release state-by-state numbers for Harris. Now, they say she secured the majority of votes needed to claim the nomination by Friday afternoon. DNC chair announced in a live video presentation to mark the milestone, but the result was not official until after the voting period closed at 6 p.m. Eastern Time Monday. Delegates at the DNC started casting votes last Thursday to select their nominee, but unlike past years, they did so not in the raucous party atmosphere of the convention floor or even the convention itself. Instead, they participated in what they called a virtual roll call, filling out electronic ballots from their homes, offices, or vacation spots more than 2 weeks before the first delegate steps foot inside Chicago's United Center. Harris was the only candidate eligible to receive votes after no other candidate qualified by Tuesday's deadline. How does the virtual process work? Delegates use an electronic voting method. The party says that's similar to one used to tally virtual roll call votes at the 2020 convention when the pandemic forced them to conduct much of their party or their business remotely. Under new procedures adopted by the convention rules in July, candidates had till I guess it was Tuesday a week ago, to declare their intent to seek the nomination, and until that night to electronically submit the 300 delegate signatures required to qualify. According to the DNC statement, Harris submitted signatures from 3,923 delegates, about 84% of the full delegation, and 99% of delegates who signed a petition. Under party rules, where only officially nominated candidates were eligible to receive votes, votes cast for someone other than Harris in the roll call were counted as present. Who actually gets to vote? Among those eligible were close to 4,000 pledged delegates selected through state primary and caucus processes, as well as more than 700 others who have an automatic delegate slot by virtue of the elected office or party position they hold. Those include Democrat governors, U.S. senators, representatives, former presidents, and DNC members. These automatic delegates, known informally as superdelegates, were the subject of much debate within the party for years because of their potential to influence the outcome of a close nomination fight, despite not having been selected for their post through the public process. Historically, superdelegates have never backed a candidate for the nomination other than the one who's also earned the majority of pledged delegates. Now that Harris is the Democrat nominee, the new convention rules allow her to place the name of her vice presidential pick into nomination, at which point the convention chair can declare that candidate as vice presidential nominee. Which, of course, she did that here, 2-3 days ago, and we've seen nothing but controversy in regards to that ever since, but Knucklebuster, wait until a Friday to check in. What's happening out there?
Oh, just riding around looking out this windshield, eh? Well, that sounds like a bunch of baloney to me there. They just gonna pick and choose who they want, not who the American people chose there, right? As far as that dude from Minnesota, I put him in the same category as John Kerry, just traitor. The Marine Corps, they always said when the going get tough, the tough get going. But when the going gets tough, the weak run off and hide. So he won't ever get my vote there, right? As Brother Rambler checked in this morning, I laid down and took me a old man middle of the night nap earlier. So.
Indeed, he did check in during your nap. Sure enough.
All right. Well, I'll probably just finish up with what I got a good idea of what he's talking about. Did you know that hate has 4 letters in it, but so does love? Enemies has 7 letters in it, but so does friends. Lying has 5 letters in it, but so does truth. Cry has 3 letters in it, but so does joy. Life is two-sided, so choose the better side of it. And that's all my bull-owning and steak for today, Mr. Steve Summers. Have a great weekend there.
Thank you for checking in, Knucklebuster. Appreciate it. You have a great weekend yourself. Safe travels out there, wherever you might be heading. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 55 degrees, Humphrey, Nebraska. A chilly morning, huh? As you can see, I'm extremely late for class. Just woke up fixing to load my extremely powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a high-speed trip to the North Country. Everybody have a great weekend. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from Parks Livestock of Nebraska. There you go. Head 'em up, move 'em out. There you go, Norman. He said, as a former bull hauler, I sure miss it. All right, there you go. What do we got? Tell me, is that Scarecrow on board? I believe it is. I thought you had a big, long weekend or something.
Oh,
that was last weekend. I had the 4-day weekend. No, we had to come back to work today just to keep our credentials. We will be out of action next Friday again, though. But see, now and then you're stuck with me, man.
Okay. What's up?
You're thinking about it here. Monkey Gouger, he's already signed up for the news portion of the program there, Steve. I think he's got first dibs on it. But now we do have room for a weather segment. That would mean we need a weather girl. Now, given the princess is no doubt available, now that would require a video feed, though, Steve. All videos, all weather videos or reports are the female type. They have to be exposed to the screen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. Well, I did get a response there. I think you were mulling that over some there anyway. But we'll have to dwell on that for a little bit, maybe. Oh yeah, I will vouch for horse feathers. Being out and about earlier than normal. I can't say that he was working, but it would have been 8:00 his time. I see he tried to get in touch with me, but I had just closed my eyes for an hour about that moment, so I guess I left him guessing as to what was going on this evening. What else is going on? Well, we'll get to the brass tacks of my absence there. Now, most everybody knows that my bride there, she's got this brain tumor, or tumor on the front of her brain, kind of right behind her nasal glands and such, eyeballs. And we've been out to Rochester, Minnesota, the Mayo, a couple of times now to get their thoughts and actually get their plan of attack, or properly stated there, Steve. And we've known from the start, the good and the bad here. We've known from the start that they're not going to be able to remove the entire tumor. The good part is it is not cancerous, but and it's super slow growing.
Mm-hmm.
I figure it's been at least five years active there. But given the fact that they cannot remove it all, and it would be almost a superhuman feat for them to actually work on it as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently that they would do it, but I mean, this was quite the session we had there, Steve. There were four specialists, each specialist in their particular their particular specialty. And then the lead nurse and a couple others. All this is in a little bit of the examining room way. It's rather intimidating, but they were on top of it, and as they put it in their system, the right hand knows what the left hand is doing. So they're all with the program. So what it's going to come down to, Steve, they're only going to go in and remove enough of the tumor to relieve the pressure on the back of the sinus glands back there. And in addition, it's put pressure on the eyeball socket. And when you look close, you can tell that your left eye does sit farther forward or protrudes a little more than the right eye. So there's that. Then they'll bombard it with radiation to try and stem the growth. It will keep growing, but they'll try to tame it, and it may become routine treatment, the radiation. But versus given the history of this tumor, they're figuring she should be able to continue on with no major issues, if you want to look at it in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
But So no, it's nothing like we anticipated or what it could be. We'll go back out next Thursday evening. We're going to stay over because we won't know until 8 o'clock Thursday night as to what time the surgery is Friday. And so, yeah, there'll be that. It sounds like he figures a couple hours' time, they're just going to go up through the nose, and a couple hours' time to do what they have to do. And with all likelihood, we'll be returning home again, Friday, sometime. So, and go back again following week for a checkup.
Follow up, yeah.
So no, yeah. I mean, given what had they gone the full-on route of trying to remove the entire thing, I mean, this is hours upon hours upon hours that, and in the end, it would still be there, So for now, it is what it is. I did comment to Lori yesterday that I'm really amazed at how well she is taking all this, and she hasn't been ornery or owly or out of line or as one might expect, Steve. She's just handling it as a matter of fact that it is what it is. We're doing what we can and such. So yeah, and unfortunately, Rochester is only about an hour and a half drive for us. So they're gonna, as I say, let us go home. Since we're that close. Plus, Mayo, they have a facility in La Crosse too that, in an emergency, we could certainly seek service. So
absolutely.
So yeah.
Well, I guess
in
a roundabout way, that's kind of good news. Not cancerous. That's good, I guess. So, and obviously, what you've dealt with up to this point is the whole anticipation thing. There's something there, and you're waiting. Is it that dreaded C word? Is it cancer? Are they going to tell me I only have a certain amount of time to go? And so I guess getting the clarification, that's a good thing. All right, appreciate you sharing with us this morning. Scarecrow, have a great weekend. We'll chat next week. All right, seeing some action developing, some of these storms there in parts of Virginia, North Carolina, on up into Pennsylvania. We are seeing some tornado warnings coming in. The latest out of East Central Virginia. We've got a King and Caroline County, Henrico, King William County. All these, it's Central and East Central Virginia. This particular cell, radar indicated rotation, located over Highland Springs, moving north at 60 miles per hour. These storms they're flying. So, yeah, be aware if you get the advisories. Storms moving at that kind of speed, you don't have a whole lot of time to seek shelter. So have a safe weekend, great day, and by the time we come back Sunday night at the midnight hour, Debbie will be out of here, but we'll still be talking river rising levels and flooding to come for probably weeks to come. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. change except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling,